the Modus Super Series.
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's that! Taylor!
Yes!
Absolutely. Biggest of all
He
fish.
reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record. Everything you wanted.
He does it.
Henry Coulson in glory.
Our champion
That's
tonight.
the bullseye.
Oh, Vanacek.
This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that.
Smashed that.
Oh,
That is special.
incredible.
Let's check that. He's seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night on.
Derek Coulson!
Double 15 for a 150 checkout. Brilliant by Crofty.
Joe Croft.
Double 6 then. For the match.
In shot.
Double
And
6
the match never
is
versatile.
found.
Chasing twos.
In shot.
But they say
And the
that
match
twos never lose,
actually
do they?
That's a great start. And he's looking at double 10 for the 140 checkout. And what a shot that is from Cottis.
Of inspiration from Mason, unless we see the 160 go,
Game shot on the first
and the
leg.
160
Mason
does.
Whitlock.
You really wouldn't put it past him. One little bit, another one of them. That is
Game shot on the second
absolutely
leg. Richard
incredible. Group C about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It does feel somewhat like a land of opportunity. We've got a number of different nations represented, very much a cosmopolitan feel to the fields here on the south coast. Hello, very good afternoon. It is the Aussie star Mason Whitlock that headlines this afternoon. He's hit a 9-darter here on the south coast in the past, and he's joined alongside the Croatian Neven Riseta and some stars throughout the course of this week and in previous series as well. It should be a very interesting afternoon. Very open for interpretation, Group C, is fair to say, and we're going to be watching it all in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, great to see you. And it really is. You look at the 6 players involved in this Group C, all of them must have looked at the draw and thought, this is an amazing chance to make it through to a Saturday.
Yeah, quite often when we come into these groups, there is 1 or 2 players that you can really pinpoint and say, right, if they play to their very best, then they should kind of breeze through this group. I don't think we've got that here. I think everyone, as you said there, definitely will sense that there is a big opportunity to progress through to Saturday.
Well, let's have a look back at yesterday where Darren Beveridge became the first player through to finals night. 26 points to his name. First time here in Portsmouth. Did play in Southampton at the former Live League. Lost his tour card at the end of last season. And it's like he's never been away despite taking a bit of a break from the sport.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Just kind of hit the ground running on Monday. Had 3 ton-plus averages Monday. Backed it up Tuesday, Wednesday. Just losing 2 games throughout that whole Group A campaign. Ultimately, sometimes, a break is needed, and it's done Darren the world of good.
You've been in that situation where you took a bit of time out, admittedly a little bit longer than Darren's time out. But what's it like when you head straight back into the cut and thruster proceedings, having spent so long away?
It's a combination of kind of excitement and probably a bit of anticipation, because although you're behind the scenes, you're putting in the practice, you're putting in the work, it's how match sharp you are. Well, that wasn't called into question with Darren. Ultimately for myself, it just took me a little bit longer to get back into the swing of things. But yeah, I think 6 months just seems like the ideal time just to have that little breakaway and just reset.
And his performance in Group A was an all-time. It was just outside the top 10 in terms of best Group A performances in terms of average. And guess what? It's another graphic headline by Derek Coulson. Get used to them over the course of the next few months. But 95.5 average over the course of 15 games. Name the environment and it's not going to look out of place.
No, really, really impressive. As we say, when you consider all the other factors that we've just discussed, to be on that list amongst those type of players and really not that far off, being in the top 10. So all round, very good week and a good start for Darren.
So he's the first player through to Saturday night's final. This is the tournament bracket. He won Group A quite convincingly in the end. Tonight we'll see Dean Gallagher and Johnny Barnes resume their campaigns in Group B, whilst we're going to see James Buckby, Matt Clark and Mark Dubridge introduced to proceedings. As far as Group C is concerned, Patrick Williams, Joe Crofton, Nevin Rosetta dropped down, with Mason Whitlock, Kevin Cottis and Richie Parkin entering the fray. And for Richie, first time here in around about 3 years, is a former weekly finalist, lost out to Jamie Kelly almost 4 years ago now. Is there perhaps a case of absence making the dart grow fonder here?
Oh, very good, Henry. Yeah, I think when you speak to most players, especially ones that have had the opportunity to play here, they want to get back. They want to, if they've won previously, they want to try and pick up another title. If they haven't, they want to get their hands on the trophy and experience Champions Week. So I think this is an opportunity Richie will really be looking to embrace.
Right, let's have a look at the odds, because we haven't got a clue how things are going to go in this group. And as far as the odds compilers are concerned, they've gone with Patrick Williams off as favourite. He was the best player of the three that dropped out in Group A. Scoring was okay, finishing maybe left a little bit to be desired, and then they're kind of not knowing how to separate Croft and Cottis.
It's kind of interesting because you can mix them around, and I think you can make an argument for anyone in that field. But as you can see, there isn't much between them, so it's going to be down to the players. Obviously, you could have a player that just runs away with it, but I just think this group is going to go really tight and right down to the wire.
Going to be very, very interesting indeed. It is 18+. GambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, let's get into the action then. Mason Whitlock and Nevin Rosetta get things started. Australia against Croatia, our opening match of the session. And early on this morning, I caught up with the apprentice, Mason Whitlock. Mason, back for another tilt here at the Live Lounge. I'm looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I love playing here, and I've had a pretty unlucky year, so hopefully it's all coming now.
You say an unlucky year. What kind of post do you feel like you've hit so far in 2026?
Oh, everything you could imagine, I think. They left my bag in Heathrow on the way to the Dev Tour last week, so I think I can overcome anything this week. So,
So is it a case of almost second half of the year turning a new leaf a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm going to qualify for the World Youth, so I'm looking forward to that. And got the late call up for this weekend, and hopefully I can bring some luck a bit and show my game. Maybe another 9. You never know.
Yeah, you came into this last minute. Jason Heaver pulled out this time last week. The fact that it was a last minute call out, does it allow you to play with a little bit more freedom? Is it a bit more of a free roll appearance for yourself, considering?
For me, it's the same. I mean, it's not like he pulled out a Group A and I'm filling in for him Group C. I'm just here to play and try and do as best I can. So yeah, I'm not looking at it as a free run or anything. I'll feel the same as I do every time I play here.
And I suppose Saturday's the main objective, isn't it?
Yeah. I only made one Saturday. Just seen that I've made 8 appearances. This is my 8th appearance, and I've only made one Saturday. So I think I need to do some damage this weekend.
Overdue then.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, wish you all the best. Good luck, Mason.
Thank you.
So Mason Whitlock gets the day's action underway, takes on Nevin Rosetta, as I said in the studio. Australia against Croatia to kick proceedings off. Game 1 of 25 that we're going to be broadcasting to you across Pluto TV over the course of, the next 12 and a half, 13 hours or so. For Mason Whitlock, this is an 8th appearance here, just the one finals night. That coming back in Series 11, the 23-year-old from Brisbane looking to change his Super Series history up against Nevin Rosetta, the 40-year-old from Zagreb in Croatia. Second appearance here, second time he's competed in a Group C, but unlike last time, he's hoping to make it through to a first finals night. Very much an international feel to this opening match. And our referee has travelled a long way today. All the way from Reading, Anton Hugo Mays.
First leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
So it's Mason Whitlock to get us underway, and saying that he's hoping to change his fortune over the
57.
Course of the next couple of days. Did have some problems at the development tour last weekend. His luggage didn't arrive. Not the first or last player to suffer with that, heading
97.
to Hildesheim. But I suppose when you're travelling 10 minutes up the road, you can ill afford to lose anything. If you do, then it's probably more your fault than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have those type of issues, is he,
96.
on this occasion? But yeah, unfortunately, as you say, when you are out and about and you do need to travel, these things do happen.
140.
But for Mason, I think it was just, it kind of just amplified a season which has been, probably by his standards, a bit up and down. He really has focused in on the Dev Tour.
99.
It's that 83rd on that development tour order of merit.
Yeah, it's been a rather
45.
stop-start season for Mason. I suppose, he mentioned it in the interview, the next objective will be to try and crowbar himself into the World Youth Championship come the end of the development
47.
tour season. Which incidentally is getting harder and harder to win when you consider that the final last year was between
95.
Jan van Veen, who's now the world number 2, and Bo Greaves, who once again is the women's world match play champion.
Yeah, and Bo taking out the world number 1 Luke Littler in the semi-final
48.
of that tournament. So absolutely, yeah, this is not a straightforward tournament to win.
1-2-4 for a setter to get things started. Well, the double 16 left himself another double
Mason,
16.
you require 154.
Well, that was a little bit naughty. And I tell you what, Mason Whitlock would have really wanted to rub some salt into a particular wound there. I'm going to take out the 154, but it's just the solitary double 8. Or is it going to be double 4, double 4 for a setter?
Yeah, I think that might be a step too far. But he really needs to make that adjustment. Does so.
On the first leg, Nevin
Rosetta in
Rosetta.
hand, and it's an early breaker throw for Nevin.
Second leg, it's Nevin to throw
In terms
first.
of his numbers in Group A, average pretty much bang on 80, 80.01 over the course of his 15 games. He had a bit of joy on Tuesday
60.
where he had a couple of decent performances against the likes of Darren Beveridge in particular, got the better of Dean Gallagher.
70.
That was the account of both of his wins in Group A. Gallagher we'll see later on tonight competing in Group B.
177.
He's making a really positive start here. I do remember when he was here on his debut last time round. He was a player that I felt got better and grew in confidence
33.
as the week went on.
Well, it's interesting that I collared him for a little bit of a chat this morning, and he said the first time he was here, he said that he had no expectations
45.
whatsoever. He was just taking it as it went. But he felt this time, because he's had that first experience under his belt, that he wanted to push and progress, which is good to hear, because you want to see people improve and become the best version of themselves. But as a consequence of it, he's kind of felt a little bit nervy, and he feels like his game this time around maybe just a little bit more up and down than it was when he played in Series 14.
Nerves aren't always a bad thing.
Nevin,
It's
you
just
require
how you channel them.
151.
I think that's quite often the issue.
Are you talking from experience here?
Yeah, absolutely.
97.
Well, back for 54 to open up a 2-0 lead. Averaging about 86 and change. I know still early on in proceedings, but in terms of output, it's a little bit better than what we've
54.
seen from him in large swathes of Group A. Double 18.
36.
See the
Mason, you
Croat
require
double up.
156.
Well, there's another long-range opportunity. Mason Whitlock finds the second for double 18.
120.
Kisses the wire.
Nevin, you require 18.
But sometimes a miss is as good as a mile. And Rosetta is
shot on the
not going to
second
need a
leg,
second
Nevin Rosetta.
invitation to the party. The double
Third
9
leg is
pinned in a
Mason. Throw
2-0 lead
first.
in his
Game on.
favour.
This is where we quite often ask questions. Is
60.
a player like Nevin, who's been here all week, is he just that little bit more accustomed to the stage, despite the fact that Mason has been here? This is his 8th appearance. In terms of experience in this venue, I
140.
think Mason's got the most when you look at the entire field. But for this week, maybe Nevin's just that little bit warmer to the stage.
Can there also be maybe a little
60.
bit of an element of wanting it too much? But I remember we were speaking a lot about Lee Cox when he was struggling to make it through to finals nights. And we knew that the ability that he had. He won a couple of Challenge Tour titles.
100.
But there was something here that was stopping him from fulfilling his capabilities and abilities. Can we strike a similar argument with Mason potentially?
60.
Yeah, I think there's probably a group of people. The longer something goes on, Robert Thornton's probably the biggest casing point. Yes, he has won a specials week, but hasn't won a regulation week. And
91.
you would have expected, especially the amount of times that Robert's been here, that he would have picked up one by now. And it just is something that doesn't start off as a thing, then soon
60.
becomes one.
Never you require 170.
Just like the phrase, the big fish wasn't a thing. Now everybody does it. That's not going to reel it
60.
in, but he's got plenty of time and space. Been a really solid opening display. But that's all he's had to be solid. Hasn't had to do anything spectacular so
95.
far.
Never you require
And
110.
Whitlock leaving himself on 166 means another half dozen here for the double break.
$54.
And Nevin just slowly chipping away.
100. Never you require 56.
Mason is in the background, ready to pounce if this tops doesn't go.
Game
But
shot on
it
the
does,
third
it's
leg.
clinical.
Nevin Rosetta.
18, 19,
Fourth leg
17,
is
basically
Nevin to throw
pitter-patting
first.
between 6
Game
and
on.
7 visit range.
$59.
So far, the way the match has gone, Mason Whitlock has been restricted to just the one dart at a double, and that was off the back of a
100.
156 finish.
Well, a rather perplexed look at the back of the stage there from Mason. Wondering,
100.
I suppose in Kevin Painter's style, how's your luck?
$41.
Yeah, and you will find, different players, they have different approaches, different opinions when it comes to darts, but sometimes where you genuinely feel like nothing's going your way, then the
59.
smallest of things, like that deflection into the single one, it's just amplified.
$33.
The problem is he's got to get his head out the shed rather quickly because his next game's against Patrick Williams, for whom the bookies think, and maybe one or two people as well think, is probably the player to beat as far as this Group C is
97.
concerned. This is actually a meeting between the two players that were least fancied by the odds compilers to go on and win this group. Mason Whitlock, 11-2, fifth favourite. Rosetta was the
66.
7-1 outsider of the 6. But he's 186 points away from picking up a 4-0 win to kick off
60.
his Group C campaign.
Yeah, make that now 126 points from Mason Whitlock. Well, he needed at least
55.
one treble from
Never
that
you
visit,
require
but he's still
126.
searching for it.
Which means he doesn't have to chase around the balls if he doesn't want to. Now, Nevin has been known for going some fruity ways for finishes. 73 remaining.
93.
Now, definite miscount there. Going for 54 with 73. He's left himself on 33.
66. Never you require 33.
Double 16 for the match.
One.
Just clips the wire.
Mason, you require 140.
Well, it's another long-range chance here for Mason Whitlock. Once again, gets the combination started. He's looking at tops.
100. Never you require 32.
Double 16. Chasing double 8.
Game
And
shot.
gets over the
And
line
match.
and wins
Nevin
his
Rosetta.
opening match. Nevin Rosetta, the outsider of the 6, gets his Group C campaign up and running with a commanding 4-0 win over Mason Whitlock. At the tail of the tape, not the best game we'll see all day, but Rosetta doing enough and getting the job done. Coming up after the break, Kevin Cottis, second appearance for him here, up against Joe Croft. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Nevin Rosetta got the better of Mason Whitlock by 4-0 to open up Group C. Next up for us, we've got Joe Croft, who's throwing his last practice darts, and Kevin Cottis, who's wearing a towel. Last time he was here, he provided plenty of highlight moments, and he's kicked off his second appearance here by having a towel on the top of his head. The 47-year-old from Malden in Essex. Second appearance, as I say here, up against Joe Croft, the 33-year-old from Cheshunt, a former weekly semi-finalist. That coming now 2.5 years ago in Series 7. Looking to make it through to another Saturday night. Now, the bookies, in terms of the odds for the group, couldn't separate them 7-2 each the pair. In terms of the betting for this, they've gone slightly with Kev Cottis on the basis if he has the advantage of throw. 8-11 on in comparison to Crofty, who's even money to win this contest. 18 plus gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter. In terms of Joe, it's very
First
much
leg is Kevin to throw first.
been a week of ups and downs.
Game
the
on.
good stuff, the little purple patches that he's found, has been really, really good. The problem is he's had no B game to supplement the good things that he has been doing
140.
over the course of his 15 Group A games. Let's see what you can do here against the man from Essex.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it?
43.
Ultimately, it's great when you can find those peak moments, those top performances, but you need to be able to back it up time and time again in this kind of
100.
format.
Joe's so adeptly experienced now when it comes to this format. Probably getting to a stage now where he's probably one of the most experienced
100.
campaigners here. He's been here for 3 and a bit years since first winning a ADC qualifier.
60.
But what we said about Mason Whitlock, we could probably draw some parallels and comparisons to Crofty because we know how talented he is.
92.
But he'll probably say that he hasn't fulfilled everything he possibly can in this building just yet.
60.
Yeah, and again, it's just that weight, isn't it? That weight, that want, almost becomes a need, and it becomes
58.
essential to try
Kevin,
and
you
win
require
one of the titles.
141.
For me, I think as long as you're seeing improvement time after time after time, I think you can't ask for more than that.
45.
Not to get all philosophical, but all you can be today is a better version of yourself than yesterday.
It's very deep.
I know.
54. Kevin, you
It's only
require
25 past
96.
He's going to go double-double here with 76 remaining.
80.
And then finds the chirp with the
Joe,
last
you
leave
require
himself from double eight. If Croft
154.
cannot convert the 154.
Yeah, we saw a magnificent 150 finish from Croft. earlier
90.
in the week just
Kevin,
yesterday.
you require 16.
So free in hand at 2-8 for
Hey, shot
Kev.
on the
No
first
mistake
leg,
whatsoever.
Kevin
Solid
Cottis.
enough opening leg
Second
back
leg
on the
is Joe to throw
stage
first.
for the enigmatic
Game
Essex
on.
man. Who you certainly cannot miss in that shirt, can you?
84.
Yes, making a bit of a statement. He's got different headwear on the back of his shirt.
Yeah, I think that might be in reference to something that Scott Mitchell may have said. You might see the blue
100.
flights and you might see the picture on the back. Now, Scott Mitchell, our beloved friend and commentary colleague, referred to Kevin Cottis
47.
as Papa Smurf the last time that he played here. And Kev, thankfully, has seen the funny side of it and has decided to
140.
embrace it.
$100.
But he's also making a pretty good start in this match. He's wrestled the throw away from Joe Croft.
85.
Remember the last time he was here, he said that the inspiration for him was the fact that he
83.
was able to show his children, show his family that if you apply yourself and you can work hard at something, then you might be good enough to achieve something.
81.
And he said that as much as playing here was a privilege for himself, he said the biggest pride was to prove a life lesson to his children, which actually, when you think about it, is very, very striking.
131. Kevin, you require 95.
95 here for 2-0. Treble 19 for the double.
It's always the risk, isn't it?
79. Joe, you
Go for
require
double 19,
56.
it's just the wrong side, tidies it up, but this, a key chance for Croft. And that looks like such a good guide, and he's
Shot on the
used it
second
perfectly.
leg, Joe Croft. Third leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, the bookies couldn't separate him before dart was thrown, and the scoreline suggests the same after a couple of legs.
100.
I think when we said at the beginning of the session that this group was a land of
125.
opportunity, and when certain players look at the draw sheet, they'll look at it and think this is an unbelievable opportunity. I think these two were probably the pair that are right at the
60.
very top of that particular list.
Yeah, I think based on performances that we've seen earlier on in the
100.
week, coupled with the way that players have played it previously, then absolutely. I think there's perhaps a couple of unknown quantities. Never quite sure exactly what
60.
they're going to bring to the table. This is about who can take their chance.
140.
Just beginning to find a little bit more scoring power here, Crofty. On a finish after 9, overturning the throw. Unless Cottis fills it up.
140. Joe require 136.
Yeah, not quite, but puts him right back in the leg. Another double 8 for a 136.
120. Kevin, you require 141.
Give it a scare. What can Cottis make of the 141 off after the first dart? So Crot will be back. Freeman had a double 8 to get the break.
45. Joe, you require 16.
Clean target.
12.
Same result.
Kevin, you
Frustrating,
require
especially if
96.
Cottis can convert this 96. Croft has been in control of leg number 3. Oh, the lesser spotted double 17, not found.
79. Joe, you require 4.
2 twos. Well, he's found the lesser
No
spotted
score.
double 17 that Cottis wanted
Kevin,
a
you
moment or
require
two ago.
17.
And this 17 could see Joe Croft go under in this leg.
13. Joe, you
Real
require
frustration. Because this would be a breaker throw if Joe can find double
4.
1.
Aim shot on the third leg. Joe Croft.
Well, the Madhouse edges
Fourth
Joe's
leg is
nose
Joe
in
to
front.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Kev. He might be smiling, but it's born out of frustration. It was a leg, in fairness, it was a leg that perhaps he shouldn't have been afforded the chance
97.
to take. But ultimately, when you are given the opportunity and you can pinch it back, it is frustrating. And I do wonder for Kevin
60.
as well, is it another thing in the back of his mind that when he came here last time, he was third in the group? He was third in the group on 10 points.
85.
And 10 points, well, last week was enough to actually see players get through into finals night.
80.
However, what I would also say is you look at some of the other players that were involved in that. Joe Hunt, who of course is number 1 on the Challenge Tour tournament, will be playing at Minehead in the Players' Championship finals, will be at the Ali Pali for the World later on in 2026. And Jamie Lewis, who of course has made the semi-finals of the World Championship in the
99.
past, and very much getting himself back into form. So as far as Group C's are concerned, that's probably as tough as it gets. Without disrespect to the field this time around, you haven't got that kind of
100.
quality that he's got to try and overpower.
Yeah, and Jamie Lewis that week, he went through the card as well, 10 wins out of 10. So that
100.
was a difficult group. But yeah, I just know as a player that's finished just outside the qualification zone, it is frustrating. It does hurt.
85. Joe, you
Yeah, it
require
was only
120.
the series champion Jack Drayton that stopped Jamie Lewis that week. 6 on the 120 to open up a 2-leg gap here for Crofty.
88.
48 leaves himself 32. Cottis trying to leave himself a 2-darter from here, but
60.
needed at least a
Joe,
treble
you
to do
require
that.
32. Game shot on the
Laser
fourth
like
leg.
focus from Joe Croft, who finds it third dart in hand.
Fifth leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Now you just have to question how important were those darts in that third leg for Kev Cottis.
42. $56. 100.
Inviting first dart. I think that sometimes happens a
87.
little bit too often for Joe Croft. Gets the line really right. You think perfect. It should be filled up from this point, but it's sometimes a little drop. Gets the
100.
release slightly wrong.
$140.
Well, he's really outscoring Cottis here. Just having a look at the scoring power pack. Same amount of two treble turns,
60.
but Crofty's finding more one treble visits, which is just eking him a visit in front in legs more often than not. As you can see there, 10 compared to 6. So it's just effectively after
100.
4 legs, you're basically saying that every single leg is probably finding himself a turn in front of his opponent by and large, for example.
Yeah, and timing's been pretty good so far for Joe Croft.
59. Joey require 118.
Well, this is for the match. But he's now going to have to hope that Cottis cannot cash in on the 140.
28. Kevin, you require
Yeah, Cottis hasn't
140.
had a double over the last couple of legs. Another one in there. Yeah, frustration not in the treble 20. Sets up
100.
nicely.
Joe, you require 90.
May just be a dart at the ball, but it's an opportunity to win the match nonetheless. Bullseye it is.
65.
Bullseye miss. Cottis still a throw,
Kevin, you
but
require
just.
40.
Needs to find this.
No score.
Cannot get the adjustment right.
Joe, you require 25.
So this to get the job done. He's missed the big number. 11 left. 3 for double 4. 2 fours for leg 4.
21.
And a couple of match-winning opportunities have been
Kevin, you
bodged
require
by Croft.
40.
Kev still looking for that double this
Ames
time.
on the fifth
Finds
leg, Kevin Cottis. Sixth leg is Joe to throw
That's a
first.
3-2.
Game on.
And we say it oh so often here, don't we, that if you find yourself in a position like Kev is in, the least you could do is force your opponent to serve it out. That's exactly what
100.
he's done.
Yeah, Croft, 2 match darts come and gone. Should have been 3, but that miss with the trying to find the single number proved a bit costly in the end.
59. $81. $100.
Really is living every single dart, isn't it?
A game between him and Richie Burnett would be something of interest,
54.
wouldn't it?
Would have, yeah, theatrical, few dynamics going there up on the stage. Yeah, I like to see it.
140.
Yeah, Richie was in fine form last week.
96.
However, Crofty looking to get himself into some winning forms. Left himself on the big fish to win the match.
100.
With that
Joe, you
ton,
require
He may
170.
afford to take it out. Not to be, so Cottis back for the 102. Just the one treble needed for a poke and a double to take us all the way.
Kevin, you require 102.
It would be the highest finish of the match. Still needs the ball, which is found, double 16.
70. Joe, you require 74.
Living, breathing every dart, but that might be the last dart he throws in this game. 20 for the bull. Bullseye again for the match. And just like in the previous leg,
31.
he goes wide of the mark.
Kevin, you require 32.
Well, it was a third match dart for Joe Croft, who is
Game
now
shot on the sixth
forced
leg. Kevin
into a
Cottis.
last leg decider. And now the advantage swings
Seventh and
back in
decider leg
favour
is
of Kevin
Kevin to throw
Cottis, who does
first.
have the darts and most definitely
Game on.
knows where the camera is.
Yeah, it's not his first rodeo, is it? This game is swinging like a pendulum.
180.
And it certainly swings in the direction of Kev again. Croft had led 3-1, had darts to win it 4-1 and 4-2, but now finds himself chasing.
I said early on, Joe Croft, his timing was on point, and unfortunately those last couple
81.
of legs where he's had the chances to see out the match, there's just been the slip, the miss with the single number off the back of 25, the slip into the single 4 off the back of that 74 finish,
45.
which meant that he only had the opportunity at the ball.
So what you're saying is you're responsible for commentators' curse?
No, not at all.
100.
Don't exist.
I don't know, I've questioned that once or twice.
Yeah, me too, to be honest.
58.
Plenty
Kevin
of time.
Yamapayo, 140.
Plenty of time from the 140 to get it wrapped up. Just all about leaving tops here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just about the setup.
100.
That's a huge pick-off with that last dart.
Tops left after 12 to get it wrapped up. Some
97.
recovery from
Kevin
3-1 behind.
Yamapayo,
Croft
40.
had darts, as I say, to win 4-1 and 4-2. But it's
Game
Cottis
shot.
who's going to
Man
win
of
it
the match,
4-3
Kevin
with a
Cottis.
13-darter in the last leg of the contest. It's a good start for Kevin Cottis on his live lounge return. And that is straight to his family. It's a winning start for the man from Essex. Relief etched over his face as he crosses the line. It was hard work, but it's job done. And up after the break, we're going to see Richie Parkin. First time for him here in over 3 years. He takes on Patrick Williams from Liverpool. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Cotter's got the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 3. Croft led that game 3-1 before letting that lead slip. Next up for us, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win this group, Paddy the Baddy Williams from Liverpool on Merseyside. 10-3 on to get over the line. Comes to up against Richie Parkin, back for the first time in a couple of years. A former weekly runner-up, coming all the way back in Series 2. The 41-year-old from Whitby, taking on the 24-year-old Liverpudlian, who last time he was here a couple of series ago made it through to finals night, having won Group A. But this time, a different set of fortunes. This time, having to fight through Group C if he is going to return to the Saturday showdown here on the South Coast. For Parkin, as I say, a bit of time away. I wonder whether memories of the past will fill him with inspiration, and maybe because he hasn't been here for so long and he had to go through the rigmarole of the ADC qualifiers to play in this tournament again, I just wonder whether he comes in here with a bit of a pep in the step and a bit of a point to prove.
82.
As to saying, well, why have you not picked me for all these years? I'm going to prove my point and prove my worth.
It's a great attitude to have, and I think a lot of players, they do come here with that, but you can't let that be the overwhelming thought of your process here. It's very much, this is not a knockout scenario. You don't want that in the back of your mind for the entirety
59.
of it, because it can be a hindrance. But I do agree. I think when players come back here, especially after a bit of a gap, then yeah, they just want to lay down a little bit of a marker and just prove exactly what they can do, as we see exactly what Paddy Williams can do.
Power scoring, absolutely no problem this week for Paddy, but it's been his finishing off of legs which is led to cause a concern, as Richie Parkin halves the score with the second 180 of the leg. Second 180, there's many visits.
100.
Well, it is Williams first down to a finish. And Parkin, after this, well, he'll be down to 1 as well. How he'd love a big treble.
55. Patrick, you
Not the
require
treble
128.
So 128. Treble 20 for the bull. Bullseye. Just looked as
80.
if, I can't quite see for
Richie
sure, but he just
require
looked as if he was a little bit on the walk
125.
there with the last start, Paddy.
$85. Patrick, you require
Another chance
48.
here for Williams, just to open up his account.
Game shot on the first
And this
leg.
time,
Patrick
no
Williams.
issues with the finishing.
Second leg is
Yeah,
Patrick
Paddy
to throw first.
1-0 up.
Game on.
And a breaker throw to boot. So far, mixed bag in terms of results in comparison to the players dropping out of Group A and the players coming into Group C.
125.
I
91.
guess the thing is here for Parkin as well, he's had that time away from the Super Series, as we've mentioned. This is first match
58.
coming straight into Group C, and he's facing a player that is favourite to win the group and has put in some pretty good performances throughout Group A.
81.
I'm intrigued to
42.
know where the nickname Thriller comes from for Richie Parkin. Now, you can pretty much understand why Paddy's called the Baddie, because his name is Patrick and he's from Liverpool.
58.
It's a play on the UFC fighter Paddy Bimlett.
140.
Yeah, looking for another one in there.
171.
Beautiful
Patrick, you
set-up
require
play
136.
from Richie Parkin.
Another one of them. Double 8.
128.
Almost
Richie, you require 100.
perfect from Paddy. But what reply has Parkin got? 2 in hand at tops. Well, it's a 14
shot on the
dart to the
second
win leg
leg,
1 and a
Richie
14
Parkin.
dart response of Richie Parkin.
Third leg is
And
Richie
what a
to throw
contest
first.
this is brewing up
Game
to
on.
being.
Yeah, we've already had a 180 apiece. ton finish, highest finish so far of the day.
66.
First on top of the afternoon. Only a couple of legs in, so I wouldn't read too
96.
much into the averages as of yet. But it's a guide as to how well both players have started.
No, and at the moment, doesn't seem like either player looking to relent.
140.
He was a player for me, Richie Parkin, that was the one to look out for, because remember when he did play here a couple of years ago, he was handy. Got to a final, lost to Jamie Kelling. And I think he was the
59.
first to admit that probably on that occasion, nerves just got to him slightly. For both him and Jamie, it was the biggest thing they'd ever done.
Yeah, I think you've got to bear those kind of things in mind.
45.
We're so used to people now coming here and, you know, we're on Series 15, who, time kind of flies, doesn't it, ultimately? But yeah, there are big moments for players playing here in front of the cameras,
140.
potentially picking up one of the biggest checks that they've ever picked up in their darting career.
Well, it was 3 years ago yesterday that Luke Littler retained his Super Series
140.
title. In a month's time, it'll be 4 years since we opened the doors here for the first time.
42. Richie, you require 110.
Well, 110 here to get his nose in front for the first time. For back-to-back ton toppers.
70.
Madonna Tops
Patrick, you
goes
require
high.
164.
Options on 164. He's headed south of the board, and
58.
this
Richie, you
for
require
Parkin to
40.
take the lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
Parking
Richie
fine so
Parkin.
far. 2-1
Fourth
to the
leg is
goods.
Patrick throw first. Game on. $100.
And both players really aren't maintaining that high quality. Parkin back in the red bit once again. Just see from the little reactions from
140.
Richie. Every time he's up there, he is convinced that he's going in the treble 20 bed.
Yeah, very much
57.
throwing with confidence thus far. Now, Paddy did play in a local tournament nearby to here last night. Did win a few matches,
100.
but he said when he lost his game later on in the evening that it was the same old story again. The scoring was absolutely fine, but
23.
finishing became a plaguing issue.
And a bit like when we talk about people who have been here on many an occasion, we've mentioned Mason Whitlock, Joe Croft, and they haven't picked up a title.
85.
I think in a shorter term, and especially in this kind of format, if there is an issue, be it scoring or finishing, it doesn't start off as a thing, but it becomes a thing. And that could be the case. So it's
125.
really important, I think, for Paddy, that when he does get down to a finish, he's clean with it. At the moment, he's 1 from 3. But that's pretty much on account that Parkin has
95.
dominated the last couple of legs.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a sport that is more
140. Richie, you require 81.
mentally draining at times in terms of the importance of the mental state of the game than this sport potentially at points, as Parkin looks at double 12 to lead 3-1 and get the break.
57. Patrick, you require 56.
2 darts, tops required to level things up at 2-all.
16.
And that miss
Richie, you require
could
24.
incur a Parkin charge.
Wow, that's way off the mark.
21.
And that's unfortunate. A bit
Patrick,
like
you require 40.
pun there, Henry.
Sure, you forget that ever happened.
Already have.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Really
Patrick
good last
Williams.
start. It was an
Fifth
argument
leg
that
is
that dart
Richie
on the
to throw
wire was a bit of a
first.
blocker, but
Game
he's
on.
used it well.
Well, Richie Parkin's missed opportunities to really grab a hold of this contest.
140.
However, does have the darts here in leg 5 and kicks off with 2 trebles, forcing the issue of his opponent.
131.
2 trebles hit in response.
$123. 100.
Well, both players in a position where one big treble leaves them on a finish.
100.
Looking on the 138. Paddy with a time will leave himself on the big fish. Looking for more now.
140.
gets more.
Richie, you require 138.
Another one in there for double 12 for a 138.
114. Patrick, you require 130.
Pony sat for a second treble. It's now the ball.
105.
Just underneath. The line was
Richie,
fine.
you
Just
require
dropped a little
24.
low. So it's double 12 again. Caused parking problems in the previous leg. As did double 6. But this
Games on the
time,
fifth
no
leg,
problem.
Richie Parkin.
Parking leads
Sixth
3-2.
is
Leg
Patrick.
away.
Throw first. Game on. 60.
And that's despite missing 10 darts at a double. Paddy has afforded him at times, perhaps the odd opportunity too many.
85.
Yeah, but still both players at this stage averaging in excess of 90.
97.
It's one of those contests where actually the numbers make no sense because Richie Parkins had more opportunities at a double, yet Patrick Williams has outscored him in pretty much every
100.
department.
And that is why we always say the numbers, yeah, we like to use them, we reference them when
58.
they're relevant, but they are just a guide.
Yeah, I can sort of understand Martin Adams' reasoning behind his thoughts and averages occasionally.
It's all about the win.
Exactly.
90.
I still don't know what that feels like.
115.
Must be like the 2 million and first best player now in the ADC. Still above Glenn Durrant.
96.
You're getting ready for a message from Duzza, right?
He'll be watching because Richie Parker's a good pal of his.
97. Richie, you require 130.
Well, 130 being left again, this time by Parkin. But he's not going to find it off after the first dart, so Williams will return for 74 to take us all the way.
80. Patrick, you require 74.
It's a good find with the last dart, but it's Paddy Williams with 2 in hand, double 16. Only
Games on the
needs the
sixth
one.
leg,
and
Patrick
we
Williams.
Go the distance for the second
Seventh and deciding leg is
consecutive
Richie
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, real clean kill that from Paddy.
$58.
So could it be another contest just like the previous one where somebody takes the lead, finds themselves on the hill and then ends up losing the contest?
140.
Quite possibly because that 2 treble visit from Paddy Williams just puts his nose in front. And there's no real
42.
response from Richie Parkin.
$58.
Well, he's almost undone that positive start to the leg there, Paddy Williams, by coming up treble-less. Open up the door for Parkin
131.
and he duly obliges.
Yeah, good choice to bring in the treble 17 in the previous throw
139.
because a ton or more now will leave him on a finish.
Which is exactly what Paddy's left after 3 visits to the board.
85.
Slipping
Patrick,
wide
you
into
require
the
164.
5 may cost Parkin big time because Williams doesn't have to attack the 164 if he didn't want to.
64.
Yeah, it's just
tidying things up when he does come back to the oche. We saw the ton taken in 2 darts from Richie Parkin earlier on in the match. Paddy Williams looking to return the favour.
96. Patrick, you require 100.
Ton for the match. Tots, or does he like the guide? Decided to stay there because dart 1 was sat perfectly.
60.
Totally understand.
Richie, you
Completely makes
require
sense.
89.
May just be a poke at the bull. Or to a double 16. And he only needs the
shot.
one
And
to
the match,
dispatch
Richie
of Paddy
Parkin.
Williams. It's a winning return for Richie Parkin at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 3 years away, but he's still found that winning Modus touch. It was a really good contest, both players averaging in excess of 90, but it's Parkin who picks up the points, beating Patrick Williams by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Richie Parkin with an entertaining tussle with Paddy Williams by 4 legs to 3. Richie averaging in excess of 92 despite missing 10 darts and a double in that contest. Next up for us, it is Kev Cottis, who's got that towel on again. I'm sure he's not going to throw it in at any point today. Looks like a scene out of ET, doesn't it, when he wears that towel on his head? Up against Neven Reseta of Croatia. Two players who won their opening matches. Reseta getting the better of Mason Whitlock by 4-0. Cottis beating Joe Croft 4-3 from 3-1 behind. Similar enough performances. Reseta averaging 78, Cottis averaging 72. Both players needed opportunities at a double to get over the line. So on paper, on the basis of what we've seen today, i.e. a one-game sample size,
99.
it could be a very, very close contest. And for the winner of this game, an opportunity to become the first to move on to 4 points in this group.
58.
I wasn't sure if you've just created Kev Cottis's next shirt when he comes back in some ET-based design.
Well,
41.
we've had the Castleford Tiger. We've had Spivey Man. Maybe the man with the towel is the next one.
Yeah, I of all the ones that
100.
have come from your direction, I don't think that one's going to stick.
Is that worse than Spivey Man?
Yeah. I mean, it's a close call, but
92.
I think Sam's still got the restraining order.
60.
just add him to the list, yes, Henry?
41.
Well, Cottis here have an opportunity against the throw to really take a stranglehold of this game early on. I'd be slightly
41.
disappointed there because he'll feel as if that was an opportunity missed, and he's all of a sudden getting Rosetta 6 on the 2-2-8 to take the early impetus in this contest.
44.
Rosetta, it was a decisive win over Mason Whitlock, that 4-0 in the very first game of this Group C session. But in terms of performance, I think this is where Kev Cottis will think, yeah, he needs to get the better of Rosetta here.
For Neven, this is probably the best opportunity he's going to get to really take command of this group by
97.
winning this
Kevin, you
game.
require 62.
Double 16.
46.
Just on the inside. So
Neven, you
Rosetta
require
may just be a dart at the
87.
ball, but an opportunity to hang on to his throw.
It is the ball.
62.
Good effort. Just
Kevin,
the
you
wrong
require
side of the wire.
16. Game shot on the first
nothing
leg.
wrong with
Kevin
that.
Cottis.
I'm getting the distinct feeling that Kev Cottis is really enjoying being back here at the
Second
live
leg
lounge.
is Kevin to throw
Is
first.
there anything in particular that's given it away?
There's a
Game
couple of
on.
indicators.
Yeah, certainly a larger than life character. Very much last time he was here,
55.
the spirit of the practice room.
$60.
Well, that is one thing that you will find in this sport more than anything else, is just those different characters, different worlds coming together. with the love of this sport.
140. $100. $58.
Neven really needs to find a couple of big scores.
95.
Does manage to squeeze that just in the treble 20 bed.
$140.
Well, 140 needs someone to finish after 12 to double up his tally. Nestor needs a
59. Kevin, you require 108.
troubled lever finish, unable to do so. So Cottis here looking at the 108 to double up. He's got 6 darts, going to need the full quota.
45.
That's going to make life hard work.
Yeah, made a bit of a mess of that in the end. So he won't be too panicked.
97. Kevin, you require 63.
So this for 2-zip. 2-16s. Too little it
Short
is.
second leg. Kevin
Cottis in control of this contest.
Third leg is Nevin to throw
Yeah,
first.
finishing's been good from Cottis.
Game on.
Yeah, and I think as he goes over to the table, takes that sip of water, I think he's quite happy with how things are going so far.
60.
As he should be. Still got gears to go, admittedly, but he's doing what he has to do to lead this contest.
85.
Nevin just that one dart at the ball so far this match.
140.
He's had opportunities, he's been okay in taking them. The problem is he hasn't scored enough to buy himself those chances on the outer ring.
60.
140 will give himself another one.
97.
And it's one of those contests, if you're Nevin, you're thinking, yes, I might be 2-0 down here, but when you think about the standard and the quality in this game, if I just step it on for 5 minutes, I can very quickly
81.
turn this around.
Oh, 100%, especially when you are the player that's throwing first. Because this is a much better leg. It's a good response from Nevin.
76.
He's left himself in 1-2-8. Cottis unable to leave himself on anything.
41.
So 6
Nevin,
from
you
here.
require 128.
And with Nevin, this dart could pretty much go anywhere.
$56.
It was everywhere I thought that he should go. So, you know, well, the plan was right, but the execution not quite on point.
58.
But 6 darts from 72.
Nevin, you require
You feel that
72.
Nevin should get his first leg in this contest on the board.
65 left. 25 tops was the plan with Cottis on 176.
$26.
But even after all that, he's still not giving himself free in hand. Luckily for him, Kev hasn't really been able to punish because
76. Nevin, you require
made a
46.
bit of a mess of this if we're going to be really blunt about the situation.
But he can tidy things up from here, and he
Aim
does
on the
so.
third leg, Nevin Rosetta. Fourth leg is
Well,
Kevin.
turned
to
out in the
throw
end, he only
first.
needed the one dart at the double.
Game on.
But I can't imagine he'll be afforded quite that much time in legs as the match goes on.
30. 140.
Oh, Rosetta already overturning the throw, and as we said a couple of moments ago,
60.
it's the type of contest where he'll probably feel a decent couple of legs, and this game could very quickly swing back in his favour. We may be beginning to see signs of that.
100.
Yeah, he's bounced back really well, hasn't he, from that position of being 2-0 down. Putting all the pressure
85.
on Cottis. Just having a look over some of the recent results that Kev's had, playing out over
41.
areas like Braintree, Colchester, Clacton, really busy area for ADC darts, and yeah, picked up a few titles over there. like the back end
100.
of tournaments.
Yeah, Kev Cottis, one of the most famous people to have heralded from Colchester, or
60.
to have played sport in Colchester at least. Anyway, not quite Danny Cowley, Colchester famous.
100.
Though
Nevin,
he
you
managed
require
Braintree as well once upon a
160.
time.
41. Kevin, you require 126.
Just one treble knee for a poke at the bull. Unable to get with dart 2.
86. Nevin, you require 119.
Well, this you feel may have to go if Nevin is to level things up at 2-2. And really got the release wrong.
43.
Number 2. So
Kevin, you require
Kevin
40.
to go within one of the match. The finishing's
Game shot
been
on the
good
fourth
so
leg,
far,
Kevin
and that
Cottis.
trend continues.
Fifth leg is Nevin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Seta be disappointed here because he's dropped his level
41.
from game 1. An opportunity to really take control of the group could well come to pass for him.
60.
But even in that previous leg, he kicks off 140 ton and perhaps then just drops off at the wrong time. But this is better.
140. 100. 47. 100.
Good adjustment. Again, another reaction from Cottis. Interesting to
85.
see when Cottis takes on Richie Parkin, because both those players, to me, they both look really kind of dialed into all the action. Every single
85.
dart is creating a bit of a micro reaction.
Well, they say that every action has a reaction. Certainly the case when Kev Cottis is at the hockey.
95.
He's looking at
Kevin, you
156
require
here to get this wrapped
156.
up. And if he gets this, I'm sure we will see a reaction. But it's not going to be got on this occasion. So we're set to look at a 93. To keep himself afloat, he's going to have
Kevin,
to
you
take
require
it because Cottis
93.
has left himself on a double to win it.
Yeah, it was brilliant setup play from Cottis. We got double 16.
Game shot
What
on the
a
fifth
finish.
leg. Nevin Rosetta. Sixth leg is
Under
Kevin to throw
all
first.
kinds of pressure. Cottis sat on a double for
Game
the
on.
match. And Nevin Rosetta pulling out his highest finish of the day so far.
Yeah, some skin safer for Rosetta. And it's now
81.
Cottis' turn to reset. However, he has the honour in this leg to get the job done and to get his second
100.
win on the board.
Yeah, but still
140.
work to do from both.
$97.
Uses the switch well, but Cottis with that advantage of throw, just be looking. He won't be able to leave himself on a finish.
85.
Well, Resta needs 2 trebles, not going to get him, so Cottis is going to get 6 here from
96.
195 to get this game wrapped up, to get his second win on the board and to put himself to the summit of the group.
140.
Second 140 of the leg. And Kev Cottis is in a brilliant position. He's 3 from 5 on the finishing.
58. Kevin, you require
And so this,
55.
to finish it off, it's been an impressive display in terms of the tail end of legs. Can he finish this match off on tops?
Game
Yes,
shot.
it's
And
the
match,
answer. It's
Kevin
2
Cottis.
wins of 2 for Kev Cottis. The man from Essex off to the perfect start. And he has established himself early on as the man to beat in this group. At the tail of the tape, both games have seen him average about 8-2 and chase, but it's been enough to win both his matches. Coming up next, we've got 2 losers from the first round go head to head as Patrick Williams and Mason Whitlock duke it out. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kev Cottis got the better of Nevin Rosetta by 4 legs to 2. Good performance from Kev. 2 wins out of 2 is doubling. Impressive. 4 from 7 in terms of his tail end of legs. Now we've got Mason Whitlock and Paddy Williams going head to head. Both players in search of their first wins in Group C. For Mason, he lost out 4-0 to Nevin Rosetta in the opening match of the session. As for Paddy, he lost out in a last leg decider against Richie Parkin by 4 legs to 3. Played well actually in that game, Paddy. Averaged 91.6 in the contest, but the problem was 7 missed darts at a double coming
First
back to
leg
cost
is
him
Patrick to throw first.
against the Whitby man.
Game on.
For Mason, I think it's fair to say that he is going to need an incliner performance if he's going to better Paddy here.
Yeah, that opening match
30.
going down 4 legs to 0 against Nevin Rosetta. Only achieved just a 1 dart at a double. Now we know Mason Whitlock here.
60.
He has definitely got levels. We've seen the 9 darter from him. He has made it through to a finals night previously.
60. 140.
And already a more positive start for Mason Whitlock. I guess for both these players, they may, at this early stage in Group C, be fighting their own
96.
kind of inner demons, because we've already mentioned with Williams, it's been the doubles that has been the issue, and that was a theme that we saw in his opening match. As for Mason, he said, you know,
91.
he's had a really difficult year so far, focused on trying to make it through to another finals night.
I think Mason's the type of
60.
player that very much runs off confidence, gets off to a good start, then we see him fly, but sometimes when he's dragged through the weeds, he can be just a little bit vulnerable.
66.
Despite the disappointment, though, Mason Whitlock is down to a finish, but Paddy Williams with the first max of the match is on a much more achievable one.
Well, Whitlock unable to take out the 144, and so Paddy will be back for 75 to get himself up and running.
92. Patrick, you require
And he's
75.
going to be forced to take out the 75, but Whitlock got a single to double. Tops it is.
35.
Tops goes high, so Whitlock will be back 2 in hand at a double of choice.
52.
Well, it should be 2 in hand at a double of choice. Now, I wonder if he goes 12 tops here because Dart 1 was such a good guide. Ironically,
Shot
it's
the
all's
first
well but
leg,
ends well.
Mason Whitlock. Second leg is Mason to throw first.
Yeah, recovered
Game on.
really well from that situation. The double of choice would have been double 16, but yeah, I think obviously right decision made with dart number 2.
60.
Well, it wasn't conventional, but it doesn't matter how as long as you do.
As long as you just screenshot it at the end, then it looks perfectly reasonable.
140.
And we've all done it. Especially when you do have a score like 52 left, you're so conscientiously trying to avoid falling into a treble 20 that you can just overcook it. I mean, how many people do we know that end up on double 6 off the back of a 52 combination because they're just trying to throw high?
57.
Have you ever thrown any darts off the board?
More to the point, have I ever thrown any darts into the board?
Exactly. Easily done.
180.
But I'm just wondering if that finish, especially because it was unconventional, has just started to give him a little bit more confidence. He may not be on a finish,
100.
but he will be after these 3 darts.
A little bit more pep in the step
56.
of Mason Whitlock here. As I say, sometimes a player that really draws off confidence, and I think one of the first legs just beginning to spring into life.
100. Mason, you require 106.
Triple 18 for double 16. Decide to stay there to leave double 13 and take
Shot on
out the
second leg,
106.
Mason Whitlock.
Well, he's not
Third leg
doing
is
stuff
Patrick to throw
by
first.
the conventional rule
Game
book,
on.
but it's working for Mason Whitlock. 2-0.
And you said it yourself. He's one of those players that you can visibly see him
91.
growing in confidence as the match progresses. When you consider that first match he didn't win a leg, as soon as he's got that first
55.
leg under his belt, now he's looking a lot more confident.
$123. $44.
And if Mason Whitlock is to get a win here and potentially a win by any
57.
kind of big margin, then Patrick Williams, who came into the group as a favourite, he could find himself on that back foot really early on, because don't forget, Group C
58.
notoriously is difficult to get through because only 2 can progress out of the 6 players in the field.
Well, as Matthew Edgar would say, the rule of 3 comes into play, where if you lose
140.
any more than 3 matches, then you're putting your own life into other people's hands.
84.
Now,
Patrick,
Paddy
you require
Williams is
90.
on course to bring it back within 1 leg.
24.
Well, returns for 66. Good look at the 25 and bull. Decided to
45.
persevere.
Patrick, you require
He's
66.
been the ball to left him on the big fish. If he wanted to stray away from a block target, double 18.
Game shot on the
Puts
third
Paddy
leg.
on the
Patrick
board.
Williams. 4th leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a bit like the finish that we saw from Mason Whitlock. That finish there, it was clean, it was
134.
nicely taken for Paddy Williams. That might now be the catalyst that drives him forward.
100.
It's sometimes quite strange. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't know the insights of every other dart player's mind, but I know for myself, I can go in a match and I can
60.
be really kind of like, oh, nothing's going right, and all of a sudden just a couple of things happen and it just totally swings the way you feel about that particular match. You go from
91.
thinking, oh, I've got no chance here, to thinking, right, this is mine to lose.
And the problem is, if you're Mason Whitlock, that can go the other way as well.
140.
As quickly as you think you're in control, is as quickly as you have a feeling that you're sinking in the quicksand.
140.
Oh, yes,
Mason,
it's
you
a
require 167.
Total emotional roller coaster at times.
Ball for the 167.
142.
Gave it a good scare, just wide of
Patrick, you
the post
require
to the right-hand
170.
side.
And this would hurt. Another one in there for the ball for a 170 finish.
122. Mason,
It's
you
almost a
require
case of one man
25.
missing and the other man getting.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Now,
Mason Whitlock.
Ultimately,
5th leg
it's
is
Mason
Patrick to
Whitlock
throw
that's
first.
done the getting.
Game on.
Moves within one of the match.
See, that line was
60.
making the rounds again on social media today. Certain other people creating other suggestions for other iconic commentary lines.
100. $180.
This is brewing up quite nicely, isn't it? Paddy's playing at a decent level today, but yet could still find himself 2
60.
defeats from 2.
Yeah, he's just got to think to yourself, right, if I keep up this level, surely the results will start to come.
55.
Well, I was looking for 171 there, Mason, to leave himself on the big fish.
95.
Williams 6 on 206 to force the issue of Mason and to see the Aussie serve it out in the
140.
next. And that 140 leads him on 66, which is already taken out to win the only leg he has accrued in this contest.
140. Patrick, you require 66.
Mason just keeping himself interested in the leg. If this doesn't go, It's one dart again. It's tops and it's
46.
low.
Mason, you require 106.
Well, this to get his first chalk on the board in this Group C. Double 16 for
Next shot.
what is
And
a
match,
second
Mason
106 checkout of the match to seal the match. Mason Whitlock is off the mark in this Group C. As for Patrick Williams, second time today, he's averaged in excess of 90, but it's not been good enough. He's playing some good stuff, but seemingly forcing the best out of his opponents. It's Mason Whitlock who runs off a 4-1 winner. Coming up next, Joe Croft takes on Richie Parkin. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Paddy Williams lose out to Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, it is Joe Croft and Richie Parkin that go head-to-head. For Crofty, looking to get his first one on the board. For Parkin, if he gets over the line here, he will double up his tally. Move on to 4 points alongside Kevin Cottis at the summit of the table.
First leg is Joe to throw first. Game on.
So Croft to get us started in this contest up against Richie Parkin, who is very much involved in the
80.
seafood industry in Whitby. Very famous for that, isn't it? And I've had a text from Glenn Durrant, our esteemed
84.
former colleague here at the Super Series.
44.
And apparently he delivers scampi, prawns and cod bites to Does every time he sees them. Always knew there was something fishy about Dozer.
137. 140.
Hi Glenn, if you're watching.
59.
Yeah, this was like quite an important game. I know it's only the second game for both these players, but for Croft, feels like it's just an important time just to get those couple of points
97.
on the board. But as you mentioned, facing Richie Parkin, who has put on the best winning performance. Ironically,
57. Joe
Ashley Williams
Require
has had the highest
140.
average that we've seen so far today, but he was on the wrong end of a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Mason Whitlock. So
92. Richie Require
Well, leaves himself on
164.
48. What can Parkin make of the 164? Another one of them leaves the bull. Bullseye. Oh, it was a whisker away.
139. Joe, you require 48.
heard it clip the wire.
For a split second, I thought that was in.
Yeah, Joe Croft thought that was in. Well, that
Game
one
shot on the
most
first
certainly
leg,
is.
Joe Croft. Second leg is Richie to throw first.
Croft
Game on.
leading this game by a leg to nil. What can Parkin do by way of response? Having missed the bullseye, Forsted 164.
85.
In terms of performance in the opener, his scoring was superb. Average 92.27 against
57.
Paddy Williams, despite the fact he missed 10 darts at a double in that particular contest. And for Joe Croft, missed doubles was his undoing against Kev Cottis. Lost out at the last leg side of 4-3. Missed 14 darts on the outer ring in that particular contest.
60.
Yeah, and they included 3 darts to have won the match. Could have won 4-1, could have won 4-2, and ended up for the wrong end of a 4-3 deficit.
140. 140. 100.
Well, he's shoehorned the treble in there. Now, there was a shout to maybe go for the treble 18 there to leave himself on the squared ton, but all's well but ends well in the end for Richie.
94. Richie, you require 94.
Yeah, goes aggressive, goes for the treble 18 route, and now looking to tidy up and just hope
54.
Joe Croft
Joe, you
cannot
require
convert
150.
the 150. Took that out yesterday.
60.
Can't repeat
Richie,
the
you
feat.
require 40.
So this for parity. Wild one. Perfect one.
Shot on the second
And
leg.
we're level at 1-1.
Richie Parkin. Third leg is Joe to throw first. Game on. $100.
Lands that first start with perfection, but yeah, you can see what he thinks about the second one.
81. 100.
Well, he's done well just to shoehorn the one treble in there, Joe Croft, following the precarious nature in which Dart 1 sat.
60.
Couple of trebles here, will leave himself on a finish.
$91.
Yeah, that's a set report, the one in the end.
137.
Yeah, as for someone like Richie Parkin, he's a player that has played in a WDF World Masters, has travelled a little bit on some of the
100.
WDF events back 23, 24. Even did some Challenge Tour back in 2017. But I think most of the darts that we can kind of see him playing at the moment is all very much
81. Joe, you require
EDC.
110.
Treble 18 leaves the double for the 110.
Game shot on the
Perfect
third
from
leg.
Crofty.
Joe Croft. Fourth leg is Richie to throw first.
Gets his
Game
nose
on.
in front, 2-1. First ton top of the day for him.
99. $85.
Goes back to what I was saying earlier on, where he's had purple patches this week as Joe Croft. Make no mistake of that. But the problem is he hasn't been able to
32.
wrap it aside with a decent B game this week. It's been pretty all or nothing for Joe.
60.
Yeah, that's what you normally tend to find, isn't it? From those players that do go on and pick up titles here at the Live Lounge, it's just maintaining that consistency, taking the chances when you get them.
43.
But yeah, you cannot afford necessarily to not have that B game to back up your A game, because you do get found out.
Just ask Neil Duff.
57.
Probably can in 1 week in the not too distant future.
Yeah, picked up another title, didn't he, last
100.
week? Double trouble.
Yeah, title number 9.
96.
The Duff man here. He's won more titles than most players have played weeks at the Live Lounge.
85. $91. Richie require 142.
Yeah, just checking what's left. 66 points required.
118. Joe, you require 112.
112 for back-to-back ton toppers, unable to get, so Parkin will get free in hand a double 12 to
52.
square the
Richie,
game
you
up
require
at 2
24.
apiece. He's not had any joy on that
No
target
score.
all day long, and that
Joe,
trend
you require
continues.
60.
Well, this for a bit of a steal.
Game shot on the fourth
And the
leg.
finishing
Joe
for Joe
Croft.
Croft. 3 out of 4 on the outer ring,
Fifth
including
leg is Joe to
that
throw
magnificent
first.
110 finish, and he's raced
Game
into
on.
a 3-1 lead.
With the darts in hand to get the job done.
81.
And although missed darts at the outer ring, they didn't prove costly in the end for Parkin in his opening match. They are proving costly here.
60.
Yeah, 1 from 6 on the outer ring here. Was able to get away with 10 misses on the doubles against Paddy
60.
Williams. In fact, if Joe Croft wins this game, it'll mean that Patrick, the bookie's favourite, 10-3 on with the odds comprised for dart, was won't be the only player yet to pick up a
85.
win in this Group C.
Yeah, and arguably, we were talking about it, weren't we, in the break, that he is and has been so far today the most
45.
consistent player at a high level. But it's all about getting across the line before your opponent, and that is where Paddy Williams has been struggling.
140.
Still time to turn things around.
45.
Well, Parkin's overturned the throw here. Wins this back to 3-2, then had the darts to
100.
take us all the way. What can Croft do from here? It's solitary treble leads him on a finish.
60. Richie require
I
116.
couldn't find said treble, so at least 6 from 116 for Parkin.
We've got treble 18 and getting
92.
treble 18 to leave himself, guess what, 24 again.
Well, sometimes they do say perseverance
80.
pays.
Richie,
We
you
shall
require
see
24.
if this time Parkin can find double 12.
18.
Difficulty in
Joe, you require
that
130.
region of the board, and that kind of split is continuing for Parkin.
And so Croft has a match-winning opportunity, but he couldn't find the treble with dart 2, which would have
28.
given him an opportunity
Richie,
to have got it one on the
6.
bullseye. So double 3 for Parkin.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Brings
Richie
it back
Parkin.
to 3-2 and returns the game to throw.
6th leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
I suppose it'd be quite appropriate if
85.
Richie Parkin made it through to Champions Night in this series. I know we're talking a long, long way from now, but Champions Night in Series 15 is on
56.
Saturday, October the 31st, or as we better know it, Halloween. So basically you want him, Jim McEwen, with his Chucky t-shirt.
140.
Who else could we have Halloween themed?
The Undertaker.
Yes, Nigel Hayden.
60.
Keegan Brown, the Needle. I'm petrified of him. George Killington, the Killer.
140.
I mean, if it was a regulation week, I could kind of understand it could be a bit more manageable. But as it's not, then the onus is on those players to pick up the title.
I know, but let a man dream.
55. Richie, you require 136.
Well, Richie with a chance here to level us up. Can't finish on this occasion, but in a really strong position.
60.
Well, leaves himself on 76 to go all the way. And for Joe Croft,
60.
what happened in game one could
Richie,
be repeating
requires
itself here because
76.
he led 3-1 against Kev Cottis before letting that game slip. Led 3-1 against Richie Parkin. And
Game
this
shot on
match
the
is going all the
sixth
way
leg,
to a
Richie
last leg
Parkin.
decider.
7th and deciding leg is Joe to throw first.
Yeah, the only difference, and we will soon find out if it's going to be a key
Game on.
difference, is this time Joe Croft is throwing first in the deciding leg. Croft had 3 darts to beat Kev Cottis in that first
95.
game. Hasn't had any match darts in this one yet.
$41. $58.
Ah, that's a big slip from
21.
Parkin. And a huge chance here for Joe Croft to just create a little bit of space between the two.
42. $137.
2 treble score has put Parkin back into the leg. Good pressure applied on Crofty.
It is the worst feeling,
46.
especially if it happens on one occasion. Yeah, you can normally play yourself past that, but when you have such a decisive lead in a match and you're clawed back, the pressure starts to mount. But for Croft, the fact that
58.
this is happening 2 games consecutively. A difficult one to take, and yeah, I don't know how much he may be thinking. Not again.
45.
He's probably thinking it can't go on like this, can it? Unfortunately, Joe.
Yeah, do you want me to say it, do you?
Please, please.
It can.
It can, it can.
40.
Shake of the head. He's just taking his time. The stage can be quite a kind of lonely place, especially when you are a dart player. It's a
65.
solitary game. It's an individual sport.
Well, Tun leaves himself in a handy position. 140 leaves him on a 2 darter.
140.
Gets to 140.
Joe
Forces
require
Croft to take out the 150. Lost the game from 3-1 up. against Kev Cottis, and it looks like the same fate could well arise again for Joe Croft. Richie Parkin back
56.
for 64
Richie
to seal the
requires
comeback
64.
win.
And it's tops.
24.
And it's a match
Joe,
start
you
that's
require
come
94.
and gone for Parkin.
So Croft to get himself out of jail. He's caught in two minds. Goes conventional, doesn't find the treble. So Parkin
38.
back for tops
Richie
to wrap it
require
up.
40.
Double 10. He's chasing that round the board.
35.
Yeah, and
Joe,
that
you
swipe
require
of the hands.
56.
Disappointment.
But Croft's got sperm one here. Double 12. He's in Shredsville right now, is Joe Croft. But can he hold it together? One left at double 6. On the
44.
wire.
Richie, you
And
require
so
5.
Parkin gets another reprieve.
Game shot.
And
the
this
match,
time,
Richie Parkin.
Parkin does find the winning double. Disappointment once again for Crofty. He led 3 legs to 1. He had chances towards the tail end of that deciding leg, but it is Parkin that gets across the line. Richie Parkin, that there the tail of the tape. But coming up next, we have Rosetta taking on Williams.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And for Kevin Cottis and Richie Parkin, the perfect start. Both of them have picked up a maximum 4 points. Joe Croft and Patrick Williams yet to get off the mark. So let's have a early check on the league standings. And as you can see, Cottis and Parkin perfectly perched on 4. Rosetta and Whitlock with 1 win and 1 defeat apiece. Whilst for Croft and Williams, they are both looking to get off the mark. We're going to see Rosetta and Williams go head-to-head here in Game 7 of the session. For the Croatian, he can move to the top of the table with a win in this game against Paddy, who was the bookies' favourite before dart was thrown to win this Group C. It's been a start of opposite proportions for Paddy the Baddie up to press.
Yeah, I think he's got the opportunity still to turn it all around, to still end up on 6 points at the end of today. But obviously that will need to start now. In terms of performance, though, there is a gulf between these two as to the numbers that they've produced so far. So in theory, which we know doesn't always work in practice, but in theory, if Paddy Williams can just maintain the levels that we've seen from him in his opening 2 games, then he should be able to get a couple of points on the board.
Well, in terms of consistent numbers, he's been the best player in this group, Paddy Williams. 91 followed up by an 82 average, but
100.
in keeping with the week, he's been struggling in terms of finishing off legs. Now, change of equipment for Neven Rosetta.
60.
The flights, at least, differentiating from what we've seen from him for the most part of the week. As we see from a closer angle.
$117.
Good switch, good use of the 19s.
$82.
Well, as we have been saying, it's all through Group C. Scoring not a problem for Paddy Williams. His 4th 180 of the day.
59. Patrick, you require 144.
144 then. Another one of them. Would have left double 12. Rosetta looking at 160 to hang on to his throw. He's going to have to take out the 160.
160.
Williams waiting on double 8 and he's going to get a look at it.
128. Patrick, you
Again,
require
good setup
16.
play, but this for a potential 13 dart breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
Taken in
Patrick
14
Williams.
in the end for Paddy Williams.
Second leg is Patrick to throw
Comfortable
first.
start.
Game on.
Well, for Rosetta, he's probably feeling it's a case of now or never. This one,
53.
then all of a sudden he's beginning to see the top of the table move a little bit further away from him into the distance.
60.
The only thing that does help him is the fact that Cottis and Parkin go head-to-head in the next game. So one of them will be restricted to 4 points in the league
96.
standings. And remember, it's all about being in that top 2 come the end of tomorrow night if you want to make it through to the Saturday showdown here at the Live Lounge.
97.
Yeah, good pick off with dart number 3. Just keeps Rosetta in the leg.
95. $100. $57. $100.
Yeah, last time Nevin found himself in a Group C situation, finished 5th on that table, picked up a couple of wins over the 2 days. Already he has
98.
made a more positive
Nevin, you
start by
require
winning his opening match here
144.
today. And now would like to back it up with the second win.
Rossetta's not going to find the 144. So Paddy looking at 102
60. Patrick, you
to
require
move himself
102.
2-0 to the good. Bull triple 14 looks at the bullseye.
44.
So Rosetta might just be the solitary
Nevin, you
dart at the
require
bullseye, but an
84.
opportunity nonetheless to square this contest up. Double 60, double 60.
Hey, shot on the second leg.
My
Nevin
word.
Rosetta.
The showman's
leg is
shot has
Nevin to
finally
throw
come off
first.
for the creative Croat.
Game on.
And not a flicker of emotion. Nothing or whatsoever. I think for the majority of us looking at that 14 ball route, but we have said already that Nevin will go his
60.
own way.
Well, you can't accuse him of not being
66.
his own inventive self.
There is nothing wrong with a little bit of creativity,
97.
especially when you can pull it off.
Yeah, we've seen some flashy things on this stage. That's certainly up there amongst them.
24.
Yeah, quite normally the flashy things are things like footwear, though.
Yes, none of that on the stage. In fact, it's one of those occasions where I should spell out who is who. Because the only difference between the pair, if you've never seen them before, is the fact that Paddy's wearing glasses and Nevin isn't. It's almost as if they're playing for the same team on a Wednesday night in the
54.
Dog and Duck.
$40.
Type of game that I'm glad we're not commentating on the radio. Because it'd be Nevin Ressiter in the red and black up against Paddy
59.
Williams in the red and black.
Yeah, both slightly different styles in terms of the pattern on their shirt, but yes,
100.
colour-wise very similar indeed.
Well, Paddy's red, black and a little tinge of white is mainly down to his love of Liverpool Football Club, for which he regularly goes to Anfield and
140.
attends games. But there's a fear if he loses this game, he could be walking alone at the bottom of the table. Particularly if Crofty was able to get the better of Mason
133.
Whitlock in game 9.
Nevin, you require 91.
So to looking at 91 to get his nose in front of 2-1.
$31. Patrick, you require 138.
We saw the 138 missed earlier on today. This time Williams can't get the combination started.
58. Nevin, you require 60.
Two at tops to move 2-1 in front. Double 10.
40. Patrick,
is
you
that a
require
big
80.
Opportunity missed. Should be the one dart at tops.
60.
And
Nevin,
that
you
one dart
require
at tops
20.
burned by Paddy. So Rosetta back again for double 10 to lead 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah,
Nevin
2-1 it
Rosetta.
is.
Fourth leg is Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And for Paddy, there's been a distinct drop-off in terms of performance levels. Kicked off with that beautiful 14 darter, but hasn't been able to back it up until now.
180.
Another maximum for Paddy Williams.
Well, Rosetta's yet to beat Paddy so far
45.
this week. They met 3 times in Group A. The man from Merseyside's able to prevail on all 3 occasions. 4-2 on Monday,
57.
4-1 on Tuesday, and then in a last leg decider on Wednesday.
Yeah, and Williams will be aware that he has been pushed. He has been pushed right to the wire in order to
140.
get those wins.
Well, that's sat invitingly. Problem now is he needs another treble to leave himself a finish, but gets that second
125.
treble to leave himself on 139.
$134. Patrick, you require 139.
Well, has the luxury here of just being able to set up. 139 is one of those shots where just a little bit
59.
more awkward than, say, a 140.
Well, again, that 80 combination for Williams.
He's
He's filled it up to leave double one. He's done the Wayne Mardle.
You sound surprised.
And Paddy's gone straight for tops. But unable to take. Well, you left it, Nevin. You left it,
Nevin,
pal.
you require 2. No score. Patrick,
He
you
left
require
it, but
20.
was not able to get it.
Game show on the
Williams
fourth leg.
with that
Patrick
extra chance. Yeah, it does level things
Fifth
up
leg,
once
it's
again
Nevin
at
to
2
throw
apiece.
first.
It's the type
Game
of
on.
board management that if Paul Nicholson was here, he would be lobbing Sharpie pens across the room and then picking it up afterwards.
140.
Yeah, I think, we always look at elements of when players come here of where
58.
improvement can perhaps be made. I mean, he's gone out of his way to go for the, 64 to go for 2 double 16s. Fair enough, and that paid off. But yeah, the 180 to leave double one, maybe thrown with the thought that he wasn't coming back to
97.
the Oki.
$99.
And I just wonder whether potentially this decision of Rosetta to leave the double one and not get could perhaps be a
41.
turning point in the contest. Only a 41 there. Paddy Parr's in a couple of biggies. He's still in the equation in this leg against Froke.
83.
I wonder what goes through the opponent's mind when they see people or players going for those kind of shots, the double finish, the 180 to leave 2. And I wonder if that was the inspiration for why Williams went tops
59.
with 3 darts in hand off the back of 80.
$140.
Well, both players
Nevin,
on a
you
finish
require
after 12. Rosetta
164.
first poker, the 164. Unable to get, so Williams will look at the 121 to get the break. And
82.
importantly, if he
Patrick,
does
you
get it
require
here, would have the darts in the
121.
next to get his first win on the board.
Treble 20 would have left double 18, but
65.
Nevin now with a chance to pull
Nevin, you
ahead
require
again.
82.
There's a lot of unnecessary risks being taken in this game.
I quite like it.
Ball, this is more pragmatic.
57. Patrick, you require 56. $36.
Williams took that opening leg since that
Nevin, you
point.
require
Has not been in front
25.
at any point.
So this for Rosetta to leave 3-2. 11 left. Double 4.
Game show on the fifth
In
leg.
it goes.
Nevin Rosetta.
And
Sixth
back
leg is
into the
Patrick.
lead.
Throw
Rosetta
first.
goes.
Game on.
Paddy with it all to do.
93.
Loses this. Paddy might be beginning to fire up the wagon. 3 defeats and 3. He'd probably have to win every single match from this point onwards to qualify
85.
himself through to a second consecutive Saturday.
Yeah, and whilst it's not impossible, it's the kind of mental side of the sport, isn't it? It's how you bounce back from the
83.
disappointment of having 3 consecutive defeats in a row.
134.
And that 2 treble visit won't be music to the ears of Paddy Williams.
100.
And unlike previous games, you're just getting a bit more head shaking coming in. With Nevin, you don't generally tend to
100.
see any kind of reaction, be it positive or negative.
100.
Well, he'll probably hit 180 here to leave double one again.
I mean, you're hoping for it, yeah? Just to see if we'll go for it again.
He's gonna go for it again and do it again. He's gonna do it again, isn't he? No, this time he's seen logic in
130.
what
Patrick,
you
you
should
require
do
125.
when left with 62 left.
It didn't work the first time. So I like the fact that
69.
he has gone an alternative route.
Nevin, you require 52.
Well, this for win number 2 and to put Patrick Williams very much up against it, just about. Double 8.
36.
Paddy gets a reprieve.
Patrick, you require 56.
2 match darts missed from the Croatian. Williams looking to step in. But
16.
Tops goes a begging on 2 occasions.
Nevin, you require 16.
Yeah, this for a second win for Nevin Rattatut.
Game shot.
Double
And the
4
match,
is
Nevin
found
Rattatut.
eventually for the Croatian, who has confined Patrick Williams to the bottom of the table. 3 matches played, 3 losses for Paddy Williams. Has never moves up to 4 points. See that there, the tail of the tape, a competitive match between the two, but it was missed darts at double for Paddy that eventually cost him a win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Nevin Rosetta get his second win of the day, getting the better of Paddy Williams by 4 legs to 2. Well, I feel like this is becoming a tradition now. Kevin and his towel. It's quite the striking look, isn't it? I mean, I'm not quite sure it's the type of thing that you'd see at Paris Fashion Week, but he certainly owns it, doesn't he?
It's kind of giving me kind of like medieval vibes. I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Well, he takes on Richie Park in here, who has picked up 4 points, 2 wins and 2.
First
Both
leg
players
is
have
Kevin to throw
had perfect
first.
starts to
Game on.
their campaigns in Group C. And we mentioned it earlier on, didn't we, in regards to Richie Parker. 2 different kind of
100.
performances for him so far. One really good performance against Paddy Williams. Richie Parkin with a second win against Joe Croft 4-3. 2 contrasted performances. But we mentioned it earlier on, didn't we, that because he's not been here for 2 or 3 years, he's probably got a bit of a point to prove as to why have I not had an invitation back, because I've made it through to a final in the past.
Yeah, 100%. And he's backing it up on the hockey, and he's kicked off already with a maximum. Yeah, both these players, I think, I tended to think it could be an interesting dynamic between the pair of them, because they're both putting so much importance, so much onus on every single dart.
140.
And even then, just a 140, but not happy.
Well, certainly a real imposition from Parkin here right from the
45.
get-go. 81 left after
81.
just 3 visits to the board. And plenty of time here to get an opening leg break. Double 18.
45.
Yeah, I don't know if that was actually a conscientious decision to try and avoid that double 12 section, because it has not been kind to Richie Parkin today.
Which, in contrast to maybe Nevin Ressiter at times in the previous game, shows you good ball management.
43.
If something's not working,
Richie required
sometimes
36.
a change of tack is the best thing to do. Got to be careful here because of that. Didn't have to go for the double 9 there. He could have contemplated the split.
Yeah, he may do when he comes back. Shake of the head, not happy, because the scoring elements were really good. The finishing, not quite so. And it's been a bit of a theme throughout the day.
85. Richie, you require 18.
Well, it's 2 9s. And all of a sudden, things get a bit squiffy for Parkin.
Game shot on the
Finds a
first
double
leg.
4, finds
Richie
himself in
Parkin.
front.
Second leg is Richie to throw first. Game on. $125. 40.
Yeah, Cotte's not happy. Parkin, once again, heavy scoring. Already a bit of a commanding lead in leg 2.
100. 83. 100.
And just chipping away, isn't it? Steady tons. Backing up the 2 treble visit with the first 3 darts.
It's what you'd call a professional performance up to press.
140.
And even despite those few misses at a double towards the back end of the previous leg, he's pretty much shut Kev Coddett out the contest so far.
100.
He's on 76 after 12.
$140. Richie requires 76.
Bit of pressure applied by Cottis. And Cottis will get a chance at the 98.
Kevin, you require 98.
To level up. 83 remaining, so treble 17 for double 16. Unable to oblige, so Parker will be back 3 in one hand at tops.
36. Richie, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Richie Parkin.
Well, this time, no mistake.
Third leg is Kevin to throw
2-0 to the
first.
good. Completely outmaneuvering Cottis in the scoring element of the contest.
Game on.
But still just leaving himself a little bit vulnerable towards the tail end of legs.
Yeah, up to this match, he was running in at around 25%. He was 4 from 14 on the outer ring, 4 from
140.
17 in his second match. But the element that's working really well for Parkin is the heavy scoring. There's only so long you can rely on that
42.
without your opponent coming back at you.
Yeah, the first couple of legs, he's quite literally bought himself a second opportunity to come back to the ball
100.
and take out a double. But all it takes is Cottis just to find that extra treble here and there, and that opportunity will very
58.
quickly be taken away from him. And this leg, Cottis with the throat has taken the impetus.
140.
And with a group like this, so many results going long, 4-3, 4-2. Leg difference may be something that comes into play as we get to the back end of tomorrow afternoon's session.
39. Kevin, you require 121.
So even if you do lose, you don't want to be losing by a heavy margin.
Does he go for the ball? Of course he goes for the ball, and he wasn't too far
96.
away. That is the first start that Kev Cottis has had at a double in this game.
96. Kevin, you require
But on
25.
this occasion, it's Cottis that has bought himself time.
Game shot on
Although
the third
he didn't need too
leg.
much
Kevin
of it.
Cottis. Fourth leg is Richie. The throw
14
first.
data, really
Game
good
on.
with Poss from Kev. Back to 2-1. Back in the game, and
57.
very much enjoying his experience on the live lounge stage.
Yeah, and if you can play with that level of enjoyment and in that vein,
81.
then it's great. Sometimes, though, you just, as long as it doesn't detract from what's actually happening up on the oche.
93.
I was going to say, your dancing's never detracted from the...
I only did that afterwards. And I don't know that really we could stretch to dancing. It was kind of just
85.
jumping around and flailing, to be perfectly honest.
I've done plenty of that in my time.
Hey, you're the youngest dad dancer that I know.
That's offensive to all dads out
28.
there. Well, you did have the odd step or two, which was caught on camera at the Six Nations a few weeks ago. That
100.
is still in the Trot compilation.
I know. I need to just remind myself sometimes, these cameras everywhere.
You work in TV, you should expect there to be
31.
cameras.
Yeah, but when I'm on this side, totally understand it. When I'm up on that stage or I'm playing darts, see, that's where my focus is. And then the dancing comes with
19.
sheer relief. Maybe that's the way I kind of express myself in joy and happiness.
Well, Kevin Cottis is certainly expressing himself enjoying happiness today. And he may
80.
work his way back to a level scoreline rather quickly, because Parkin's scoring power has deserted him, and it's given Kev an opening here. He's overturned the throw,
26.
but just when there was an opening, he's just given the impetus straight back to his opponent.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I was going with the idea of just
140.
enjoying yourself, having the fun side of things, and especially if that's the way that you would play naturally anyway. But just remembering that the focus of the job in hand as well.
100. Richie
Well,
requires
He's
72.
left himself on a 2 data, but Parkin here to move 2 in front. It's gonna have a dart here at double top, and that's the perfect guide.
32.
Just slings it over the top.
Kevin, you require 90.
Double 15 for 2 apiece. It was a good effort, just the wrong side of the wire, but it's a costly miss. And
78.
Richie Parkin's there
Richie,
to
you
pounce.
require 40.
Tops a 3-1.
Game shot on the
Tops it
fourth
is, a
leg.
3-1.
Richie Parkin.
Just survives, and
Fifth
weathers a
leg
bit
is
of a
Kevin to
storm
throw
there, does
first.
the man from Teesside.
Game on.
And Parkin's been near perfect since that first, winning that first leg. Missed 6 starts
60.
at the outer ring. And subsequently, since then, it's been pretty clean when it's come to the finishing for Richie.
82.
Yeah, following that first half dozen misses, 3 from 4 in terms of his doubling.
100.
That's Kev, who's got it all to do. Parkin with a win would become the first player to move on to 6 points. He'd have the only unblemished record left in this group.
And Cottis has been in this
46.
position before. He found himself 3-1 down at the hands of Joe Croft before battling back to win 4 legs to 3. He most definitely has that fighting
100.
spirit about him.
$42. 95.
All Cottis can do is force the hand of Parkin and force him to serve it out in the next leg. That's all he's got to really hang on to at this present moment in time. Take it step by step, brick by brick.
Kevin,
And
you
he's
require
got 6
146.
from the 146 to take it to leg 6.
And he's going to need that second visit.
81.
It's not complete disaster despite the last one only finding treble 1.
$89. Kevin, you require 65.
So this to half the arrears. It's back to the bullseye. And that
Game.
time
Shot on the
there's
fifth
no
leg,
mistake.
Richie Cottis.
Richie Parkin
Sixth
has
leg
been
is Richie
forced to
to throw
serve this match
first.
out.
Game on. $91.
You just saw as Cottis walked back, that shake of the head, that almost frustration that he's found
45.
himself in this position again where he needs to battle back.
$100.
Oh, square ton leaves Parkin on 310, which means when he comes back, ton 40 would leave him on a finish.
100.
And that's rather important now because Cottis on 356 will need 9 darts to leave himself on and out. So he's got a big advantage already early on in this leg.
45.
Yeah, but that reaction says, yeah, he has not made as much of it as he wanted to.
100.
Second consecutive throw where he's just picked off that treble 20 with the last dart.
Oh, what a setup this is.
133.
Effectively halves the score to leave 132.
And he might have the luxury of being able to set
45.
up. Does not
Richie,
have
you
to
require
chase the ball route
132.
on 132.
6 darts to move on to 6 points in the group.
100.
And he's going to leave himself on double 16 when he comes back to do exactly that.
$45.
And he's
Richie,
got
you require
time
32.
because that single 20 leaves Cottis on a bogey.
Game shot.
But he did need
And
that
the
time
match,
anyway
Richie
because Parkin pins the double 16 to get the better of Kev Cottis 4-2. Puff of the cheese because that was hard work at times. But he continues to extend his unbeaten run in this Group C. 3 from 3 for Parkin, and he is picture perfect at the top of the Group C table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richie Parker made it 3 wins out of 3, having got the better of Kevin Cottis by 4 legs to 2. Game 9, a meeting between Mason Whitlock and Joe Croft. For Crofty, looking to get his first win on the board. For Mason, looking to move on to 4 points. And if he does so, he's very much within that qualification quagmire of players. With Rosetta and Cottis also on 4, he'd be able to join them on that mark with victory here against Crofty, who so far today has let a couple of leads slip.
First leg is Mason to throw
so
first.
in his open against Kev Cottis, where he led 3-1 and let it go, and then did exactly the same against Richie Parkin in his second match.
30.
That's for Mason. Got to give him credit because it was a really good recovery. It was a poor start to his day. Lost 4-0 to Nevin Rosetta. Didn't play well in that match.
125.
But then recovered by beating Paddy Williams 4-1, averaging just under 90. 4 from 5 on the doubles. But perhaps importantly took out those 2 all-timely
99.
106 finishes in that contest.
Yeah, as you say, it was a much better performance in the second match for Mason Whitlock.
180.
As for Joe Croft, he keeps putting himself into a perfect position. You mentioned it there, led 3-1 on both his other matches.
55.
And then succumbed to 4-3 defeats. And he looks like he's off to another flying start.
83.
Leaves himself 113 after just 3 visits to the board, and Mason
123. Joe, you require
trying to
130.
fire back with a heavy artillery. Double 18 for the 113.
Game show on the first
And
leg.
Crofty
Joe
finds
Croft.
his second lofty finish of the afternoon.
Second
The
leg is Joe to
113
throw
joins
first.
the 110.
Game on.
For Joe Croft, it's not necessarily about how he starts matches, it's how he finishes them.
140.
As I said earlier, we saw it a
100.
couple of times from him in Group A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We get on to quick starts like this. There was a game yesterday where we went 14-14, but then actually went on to lose the
95.
subsequent 4 legs. He's had purple patches, but he hasn't been able to provide it over a burst long enough to win a contest. Oh, a bit of showmanship from Mason Whitlock. The blind 180. Liked that, didn't he?
He did indeed, yeah. Drop dart, kind of stealthily positioned behind his foot.
96.
Well, the apprentice with a bit of wizardry. But we're going to see a bit of big
121.
fishery
Joe
here for Joe
170.
Croft. Perfect first. Perfect second. Bullseye. Would have been for the first big fish of Series
139.
15.
Mason, you require 100.
Yeah, it's a good effort. But now, all over to Mason, who's tried the tops route.
60. Joe, you require
Try, but
31.
to no avail. So 2 8s for 2 zip.
23. Mason, you require 40.
Well, Joe Croft found a 12 to win leg 1. Mason Whitlock looking for a 5 visit leg to win leg 2.
Game show on the
15 will
second
do
leg.
into the top
Mason
corner, and we're
Whitlock.
back on level terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, despite the heroics from Crofty in leg 1, where he went out in 12, broke the
134.
throat. He had his chances in leg 2 to double that leg tally.
140.
I'm liking the focus.
$96. $41.
this is definitely better start from
140.
Mason Whitlock.
I reckon it would have been better off if we didn't look at that last start.
I was waiting for it, to be fair.
96. Mason, you require 131.
Looking at the 131, unable to muster.
91.
We'll be back for tops after 12. Really good riposte this for Mason, having lost the opening leg. 2 legs in a row. He's left himself on double top
44.
after a dozen
Mason, you require 40.
at the board.
Game shot on the third leg. Mason Whitlock.
And Mason Whitlock's
Fourth
best
leg is
leg
Joe
of
to
the
throw
match.
first.
13 darts to back
Game
up
on.
that 15 dart breaker throw. And just at the end of that leg, just saw a little bit of exasperation coming from Joe Croft once again.
58.
Well, it's just been his inherent story of the week, hasn't it? You think that could have gone wrong, has gone wrong.
94.
2 world famous starting families going head to head here. Of course, we've spoken in the past about Mason and his dad Simon, but Joe's granddad Ollie Croft,
58.
a big part of the initial foundations of this sport at a professional level, having founded the British Darts organisation in the 1970s, which organised the World Championship,
70.
the inaugural World Championship from 1978, and then ran the Lakeside Tournament until 2020. If it wasn't for him,
40.
the likelihood of anybody being in the position that they're in within this sport is very close to nil.
Yeah, I agree. Gave me many
97.
an opportunity as a youth player. Travelled my first ever Europe Cup to Denmark under the BDO banner. I think where we
42.
went after. I think Gibraltar, Bremen, and I'll never forget, managed to make a World Cup in Malaysia. So yeah, I'm just one tiny part of a whole
60.
series of people that have a lot that is owed to the organisation and to Ollie.
And Joe wants his legacy to stay on. They've
139.
launched the Ollie Croft Centre of Excellence over the last year or so to try and bring through the next generation.
140.
Well,
Joe
this is
require
turning into a
164.
really good display from Mason. Again, leaving himself on tops. And Croft is just finding himself constantly
60.
behind the 8 ball at
Mason, you
the back end
require
of legs.
40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Mason Whitlock.
Yeah, Mason Whitlock running
Fifth
through
leg
from
is
6,
Mason to throw
50%
first.
on the doubles.
Game on.
Solid performance, a very good checkout percentage.
$60.
Well, the task now is rather lofty for Crofty.
I'm going to leave.
44.
It's the first time today that Joe Croft has actually found himself in this position because it's been him that's been leading 3-1 at this point.
123. $100.
Well, who knows? Maybe this time being 3-1 behind it might be the secret formula to turn things around. But the way
140.
Mason Whitlock's playing, averaging around 97 and change, I find that rather unlikely.
43.
And Mason straight back in the red bit. Sets up really well. 2
138.
very big visits from Mason Whitlock to leave himself on a double after just a dozen darts.
41. Mason, you require
Third
40.
time in 4 legs he's done this. And that, a
shot.
13
And a
dart to the
match,
finish
Mason
off. That's a
Whitlock.
really good performance from Mason Whitlock. Average just underneath the ton, 99.04 in the end. And that is a second consecutive win for him, what was quite a below par start. Whitlock getting the better of Joe Croft 4-1. A third consecutive feat condemns him alongside Patrick Williams to the bottom of the table. And when we come back, we're going to see Paddy in action as he takes on Kev Cottis.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 9 games played, and the last round of 3 saw Nevin Rosetta beat Paddy Williams 4 legs to 2. Cottis, he was beaten by the same result against Richie Parkin, and Mason Whitlock's just played the game of the day, winning 4-1 over Joe Croft. And let's have a look at how that transpires to the table. There you see Croft and Williams both on 0 points, not a win to their name. Mason Whitlock, Kevin Cottis and Nevin Rosetta all locked horns on 4 points, but Richie Parkin, he's at the top so far. A perfect day for him. 3 wins from 3 on 6 points. Well, we turn our attention now back to a battle between Paddy Williams, who has been pretty consistent in terms of performance throughout today, but unfortunately for him, doesn't have any wins or any points to his name so far, against a Kevin Cottis that you have to say he has most definitely been enjoying his time up on the Live Lounge stage. He's won 2, lost his last match, lost 4 legs to 2 against Parkin, but has been so far a pretty good day for Cottis. For Paddy Williams, if there's any chance of him progressing through to Saturday, you feel that it might need to be perfect from here on in.
Yeah, he's in the last chance saloon. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt.
First leg is Patrick to throw first.
He's actually played some of his best darts all week today, but unfortunately for him, the same story has reared its ugly head. Game 1, missed 7 darts at the double against Richie Parkin, missed a couple of darts at the double, and Mason Whitlock was there to pick up the pieces on every occasion in Game 2, and then missed another 8 at the outer ring against Nevin Rosetta in match 3. So that's why he finds himself down the bottom end of the league standings.
98.
And I wonder if the fact that he came into this group as one of the favourites, if that's just had any kind of impact on the mindset. Because like you said, the gameplay has been brilliant. But
135.
just getting over the line has just proved just a step too far for him.
I wonder if it also goes back to what you were mentioning, that maybe he has got a little bit of a
21.
mental hurdle. The fact that the same story has reared its head for the 4th day in a row, it becomes a pattern, and it's very much emerged.
87.
Yeah, the worst place you can be as a dart player is stuck in your own mind.
133.
Because the body language for me now for Paddy is obviously not going to be happy because the results haven't gone his way, but
137.
perhaps just that air of confidence and that kind of movement across the stage, it's just a bit more subdued.
Yeah, he's not the type of player that you'd say is going to
Kevin,
give up
you
for the
require
toys at the
42.
pram, but you can tell there's a dejected look on his face as Cottis looks at double 16 to break the throw early on. 2 eights is
Shot on
there.
the first leg,
And
Kevin
that's a 15
Cottis.
darter to get the enigmatic
Second leg
Essexman
is
off the
Kevin to throw
mark.
first.
Yes, that's
Game
going to
on.
stick.
$85.
There's perhaps a little bit more focus on Cottis as well. So obviously he suffered his first defeat just a couple of games ago. Hasn't had a great deal of
95.
time to go back to the practice room and kind of address any tweaks that he wants to make in his game.
125.
As you mentioned, wasn't quite able to make it through to finals night in his previous appearance, but I get the sense if he gets into the top 2, he's going to have a fair few making the trip
58.
down from Malden to Portsmouth on Saturday. Malden, it's football club
60.
on Tiptree, nicknamed the Jammers because of their production of jam. It's the biggest jam producer in the UK, I believe.
58.
Are we calling that your kind of fun fact for the day?
It wasn't really fun, was
Have
it?
we got more to come?
We've got plenty to come tonight because
121.
Matt Clark and Mark Dudbridge are in action alongside James Buckby, Dean Gallagher and Johnny Barnes. Plenty of time to get some fun facts in.
100. Kevin, you require 110.
Well, just the time means that Cottis, if he needs them, will have another visit to the board, but it's double 16.
Aim shot on the second leg.
Just a
Kevin
good
Cottis.
solid performance
Third leg is
from
Patrick to
Kev
throw first.
Cottis.
Game
Back-to-back
on.
15 darters, averaging just in excess of 100. 2 from 3 on the outer ring.
25.
If 15 followed by a 15 is solid, you're a very difficult taskmaster to please, Laura Turner.
Very good.
140.
Yeah, the 110, the first Tom Plus checkout that we've seen from Kevin as well. So things are really just starting to click.
140.
I remember Keegan Brown giving me some intel on Kev before he made his debut and said he's got this level in the locker, but look out for him because he will
100.
provide some entertainment. Well, he's certainly given us a dosage of both so far today.
140.
And once again, Paddy Williams is finding himself coming up against a player who is producing some of the best stuff that we've seen from them throughout the day.
100.
At what point does Paddy Williams think, this is just not happening? Not for any fault of his own, but everybody else is it's seeming as if they've targeted him
40.
right from the get-go.
Kevin,
Maybe
you require
because he was such a
161.
hefty favourite to win this group.
$125. Patrick, you require 156.
On the 156, not going to go. And I've already mentioned that Kev's kicked off with back-to-back
100.
15 dart
Kevin,
legs.
you require
Potential
36.
for a 13 darter here.
Game shot on the third
I'll
leg.
have to settle
Kevin
for 14,
Cottis.
but yes, some performance.
Best performance of the day. One of the
Fourth
best
leg is
performances
Kevin
of the
to throw
week. Not
first.
quite the Darren Beveridge
Game
104 that we saw Monday. 104.44. Richie gets against who?
Patrick Williams.
180.
And the levels just keep on climbing for Kev Cottis.
44.
I think you'd have a heart of stone not to have at least a degree of sympathy here for Paddy Williams. Just looking
40.
at some of the numbers and what people have been punching in, they're punching in some of their best stuff against him. Richie Parker's best performance of the day has come
95.
against Patrick Williams. Mason Whitlock with one of his best performances of the day, coming against Patrick. And this is as good as we've ever seen from Kev Cottis.
100.
Yeah, in fairness, set up. His best performance of the day also came against Williams. So yeah, it's an ongoing theme, and
58.
obviously not one which is music to the ears of Paddy.
$91.
Actually, not the worst slip in the world.
Yeah, happy accident. And he doesn't have to chase the bullseye here at the
44.
end of it. So
Kevin, you require 90.
he'll most likely chase around the 18s to begin, or start on the bullseye. Double 10 to wrap
shot.
it up
And
4-0.
a match.
And
Kevin
that for
Cottis.
Kev Cottis is a ton-plus average. Patrick Williams has been hit by another big performance this week. But Kev Cottis is running red hot. Have a look at that. Average of 101.9, 4 from 6 of the doubles. A 110 checkout in there as well. There was a lot to like from the enigmatic Essexman. Coming up next, Joe Croft and Nevin Recetta. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kev Cottis with an average of 101.90 got the better of Patrick Williams by 4 legs to nil. So to game 11 of the session and a meeting between Joe Croft and Nevin Rosetta. For Nevin, wins this, moves on to 6 points, and there would be a three-way tie at the top ahead of Richie Parker's game against Mason Whittle. Now, there's a possibility that we could see a lot of traffic.
First leg is Joe to throw first.
In this Group C
Game
table.
on.
Because if Rosetta beats Croft and Whitlock beats Parkin, then going into the final 3 games of the
55.
group on Thursday, the top 4 players will all be on 6 points and the bottom 2 pointless.
60.
The chase would be on for those 2 spots into Saturday night's final.
Yeah, a bit like Paddy Williams in the match before. You feel now
60.
for Joe Croft has to be absolutely perfect from here on in, and still possibly going to be relying on favours based on how the rest of the table looks.
135. 58.
And a bit like Paddy Williams as well, you can't help but feel for Joe Croft because he's been in a position where he's led on a couple of occasions so far today.
95.
And similarly, that body language, we're just starting to see a little bit of negativity creeping in early. And it's understandable when you haven't picked up your points and you feel like you deserve more out of the game.
45. 41.
'Needs another biggie. Cannot find another biggie.
99. Nevin, you require 170.
Doesn't have to go for this. Doesn't have to go for it. Doesn't have to. And he nearly netted.
145.
Well, the one thing we've learnt with Nevin is expect the unexpected anyway when it comes to the finishing.
58.
But that,
Nevin, you require
I thought he'd go
25.
for it.
So 2 8s.
Game
So
shot on the
nudge
first
Nevin in
leg,
front.
Nevin Rosetta.
It
Second
really has
leg is
been a
Nevin
much
to throw
more
first.
improved day for Nevin.
Game on.
Struggled at times in Group A, but just seems to have found his range with far more regularity in Group C. And that's sometimes how it works, is
85.
go through that period where you're losing game after game after game. Nevin picked up just a couple of wins over 3 days. So when you've come here and you've already got 2 wins under your belt, and
100.
actually you're in a position where you sat 3rd on the table and you could join the top 2 with another win, it just breeds that extra bit of confidence.
Confidence builds confidence.
100. 100. 60. 95. 100.
And again, it's a good find, and it's Nevin that's down to a finish after a dozen darts thrown. Back comes Croft.
174.
And that is perfect setup play.
Nevin, you require 156.
156 for Nevin. Hasn't had a ton plus checkout so far today. And it's not going to change there. And so Croft has an opportunity for in hand at 32 to break back and to level the game up
Joe,
at
you
1
require
apiece.
32.
It's that close, it's awkward. That's why he moves across to the left.
Yeah, shake of the head, because now both those real gatekeepers now goes for the other
16.
side of the oche.
Nevin, you
no
require
avail.
89.
And this would really hurt Might just be one dart at the ball. It is the ball.
64.
Oh, second
Joe,
time
you
this
require
match that
16.
Nevin's left himself on the ball. Not quite able to find it.
Same situation as last time. But this time he
Game
does
shot on the
find,
second leg.
nestles
Joe
it
Croft.
in, and we're back on level terms.
Third leg is Joe to throw first. Game on. $60.
Croft is really cutting a frustrated figure up on the stage.
$120.
And I'd say, although it was only a micro reaction, it's the first time that I've seen anything coming back from
45.
Rosetta.
But is that because he knows that he's very much in play, very much in the mix?
Well, this is the next question, isn't it? Because in Group A, realistically, wasn't in with a
83.
chance. Finished bottom of the table. Here, how does he deal with this idea now that he is in with a chance? Because when he was here last time, he was out the running quite early on.
85.
Picked up 3 wins in his last, or 2 wins in his last Group C campaign. That was last series.
56.
And this is what coming to the Live Lounge teaches you as a player, that how to deal with these different situations, these different types of pressure, be it whether you're one of the players that's
43.
chasing or you're that player that's leading, and how you need to hold on to it.
And for Nevin, because he's constantly coming through the Croatian qualifiers, he's probably got a very good
58.
opportunity to qualify for the end of season global championship, which has been expanded to a field of 128 for the first time. Now, that is
94.
probably his big goal for the season. Now he's fulfilled qualifying for this a couple of times. He'll probably want to take these learnings to try and qualify for that. And when he gets to the global championship, the big end of year tournament for him,
140.
he'll hope that those learnings stand him in good stead for that. And who knows what it could kick him onto.
What I do know is if that last dart had gone in treble 20, he would have hit a 180 to leave himself 4 on this
25.
occasion.
Nevin, you require 44.
Not quite as bonkers as hitting one to leave double 1, but just as. Double 16. 2-1 to the
Game shot on
good.
the third leg. Nevin Rosetta.
Breakathon so far, 3 legs play. They've all gone
Fourth
against
leg
throw.
is Nevin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Nevin's final game will be the
60.
very last one of today's session, and that is against Richie Parkin, who at this point is 3 from 3.
100.
And I guess when you're playing players that you get the sense that, you know, they're obviously unhappy with how things have gone. They're not quite playing with the same spring in their step as they were earlier on.
78.
You want to be taking advantage of them at this stage.
I just wonder as well, for someone like Croft and Williams, you mentioned it
96.
earlier, the fact that really the draws open up for them. You look at the players in this group, and this is without disrespect, they'd all fancy their chances of making it through because a so-called heavy hitter isn't quite there. And I just wonder whether
45.
in 1 or 2 cases they've put maybe a bit too much pressure on themselves, knowing the opportunity that's been presented to them over the course of the next couple of days.
68.
Yeah, and I think for Joe especially in this situation, if what he should remember is his last match is actually against Paddy Williams. So if he could pick up a win here and then beat Paddy in the last game today, he'll then be on 4 points. Well, Mason Whitlock
60.
and Nevin are both on 4 points at the moment. You'd be right back in the mix.
So congelated table.
But it's very easy for me to sit
81.
here and kind of see everything and all the different ways that things can pan out. But when you're up on the stage, it's so hard to pull yourself out, especially if you're in a bit of a lull.
97. Joe, you require 156.
2 of these leave double 18, unable to get. And so Rosetta needs something out the blue
100.
if he's going to extend his
Nevin, you
lead to
require
2.
161.
Well, he narrowly missed the 170 in the opening leg.
$85. Joe, you require 56.
So for a level game, tops
36.
unable to muster. So Rosetta
Nevin, you require
two clear
76.
and one away.
And it's 2 darts and it's double 8.
Two fours.
72.
Not there. So
Joe,
Crofty
you
back for
require
double 10
20.
to bring us back to level terms. And level
Game
terms
shot on
it
the 4th
is.
leg, Joe Croft. 5th leg is Joe to throw
Yet
first.
another break of throw.
Game on.
You just get the feeling that this is one of those games. It's very delicately poised. Joe will be thinking to himself up there, right now, just hold throw and then try and see out the match.
57. $81. $58. $125.
Just well with the last start.
$100.
Game 11 of 15 on this Thursday afternoon, and an important one to decipher where the land lies in the table. Win for
140.
Rosetta, moving on to 6 points with the potential of 4 players being tied on that mark going into the final round's worth of play. Whereas for Joe
60.
Croft,
Nevin,
a
you
win
require
here just keeps him in the picture,
155.
but still with work to do. As the Croat who has 6 and 155 to get his nose in front 3-2 and then have the darts to win it in the next.
55.
Yeah, did well to keep it straight. Leaves himself on a straight time. We haven't seen a ton plus checkout from Nevin so far today.
56. Nevin, you require 100.
Does that change it? It's going to go treble 16 for the double, unable to get. So Croft looking at the 170, looking at the
84.
big fish
Joe, you require
to get his
170.
nose in front for the first time. It'd be the first holder throw in this game, but he's not going to get a poke at the bull.
134. Nevin, you require 16.
For a 5th consecutive break of throw.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Just feels
Nevin
inevitable.
Rosetta.
And now Nevin has the opportunity to
6th
serve
leg is
out
Nevin
the
to throw
match.
first.
But I'm not sure how much of having the
Game on.
opportunity to throw first is proving to be advantageous in this match.
Well, it hasn't. Break careful on this one. 5 legs played,
100.
5 against the throat.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have matches like this, I think it is one of two things. It's obviously one of those games, it's running close, and it has run close, but also it shows the level of competitiveness
95.
both these players have got. When they're put under a bit of pressure and they're broken, they're managing to find a way of breaking straight back.
57.
Yeah, it's been more breaks than a multi-pack of Kit Kat.
$57.
Other chocolates are available.
$99.
And for the first time in this match,
55.
Nevin looks like he's actually on course to hold throw.
$47. $92.
And from 198, knows that he has at least 2 visits up to the Oki.
$76.
Well, the treble needs him on a finish, but if he stayed there and hit the single, he would have left himself on 162. Also, but ends well
84.
for
Nevin, you require 122.
Nevin, who has an opportunity here to win the match. Just one treble needed for a poke at the ball to move himself on to 6 points. But I decided to start on the ball. And by hitting the single 12, the shot's still on. Bullseye, but is it covered?
97.
Just straggles wide to the left.
Joe, you require 118.
And this might have to go. And that is a disaster for Joe Croft.
42. Nevin, you
Seal
require
a
25.
4-2 win. And to move on to 6 points in the group. How many times are we seeing that single 14 get hit with a 25 combo and he's bust the score? He's made a mess of it.
Joe,
Nevin.
you require 76.
Really has. Tops for Croft.
56.
He's
Nevin,
had a
you
chance to
require
save the match
25.
as he looks at his opponent. Have an opportunity to win it. Oh, he's done it again.
Yeah, history repeating itself. Well, he won't want this one to go in the single 19, looking for a single 3.
Well, that was as safe as a single freeze. In fact, it was that close and nearly hit the triple.
21.
Well, he's eventually had the
Joe,
match
you
start.
require 20.
He's missed. Croft
Game
hits, so
shot
we
on
go
the
all the
sixth
way.
leg, Joe Croft. 7th and deciding leg is Joe to throw first.
Yeah, 2 match starts come and gone for
Game on.
Rosetta. One at the ball off the back of what I would have called an accidental 1-2-2 finish if that had gone in.
81.
Yeah, the whole back end of that leg for Nevin was an absolute mess from start to end.
And this goes back to the question I was asking previously, is now he knows he's really in the mix. How does he hold it all
41.
together? And did not hold it together to get across the line 4 legs to 2, so has to now try and do it the hard way.
30.
And Croft has given him ample opportunity to try and get his nose in front.
96. 58. 96. 100.
It's one of those legs that it could be just making sure you get that one treble a visit. That might just be enough.
97.
Well, Rossiter leaving himself on 171 has opened up the door here for Croft.
100.
Tunley's on 132.
That was a
97.
good
Joe, you require
pause from
132.
Rossiter. And the combination of the 1-3-2 not started for Joe Croft. Yeah, and you can see the frustration. Totally get it.
65. Nevin, you require 74.
Rossiter looking at 74 to win it. 2-in-hand, double 16. To get
shot.
over the
And the
line and
match,
to seal
Nevin
his
Rossiter.
third win of the group. Nevin Rossiter is very much in the picture as far as this Group C is concerned. He's battling hard, he's battling away, and he's picking up the wins. That, a game which saw all 7 legs go against the throw. But Nevin won't care because it's given him another 2 points to his name. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Richie Parkin take on Mason Whitlock.
And he does eventually win Series 13. Modus Super Series champion, Jack Drayton!
I just can't wait to get back on that stage, you know, playing with the players that are in the practice room, and it's just going to be, I'm just going to enjoy it this week.
For Branley, needs another one of them. Can he find tops for a 160 checkout? Yes, he can. Brilliant darts by the young man.
118 for Wild to take the lead. Double top. Oh, that's superb. That is superb.
Now time to crown the Series 10 Week 6 Modus 2 Series champion, Scott Campbell!
Wild. He's done it! And finally,
Michael Huntley!
The African warrior, Devon Peterson!
It's a win for Wilkie!
Indeed, week 2 does start on Monday. And this is what we're going to see. The former champion, Jack Drayton, is one of the headline names there, alongside Michael Huntley, who's also involved in the action. Great to see Barry Van Peer back at the Live Lounge in Port. It's been 3 years since we've seen BVP here. Group B, we're going to see Devon Peterson, Reece Colley and Scott Campbell return. That feels like a stacked group. And then we're going to see Neil Wild, Carl Wilkinson and Connor Hopkins in Group C. Good week that. Gets underway Monday morning from 9:30. But let's get back to what we're going to be watching this afternoon, because Richie Parkin and Mason Whitlock duking out in game 12 of the session. And a win here for Whitlock would see the top 4 players all be tied on 6 points at the top of the standings. For Mason, he's been getting better as the day's gone along. It was a slow start, 4-0 defeat to Nevin Rosetta to get things underway, but the 2 performances he's putting back-to-back have been rather promising. 89 and change, 4 from 5 on the doubles, 2-106 checkout to beat Penny Williams 4-1, and then he beat Joe Croft by the same scoreline, averaging 99.04, 4 from 7 in terms of his finishing. So he's getting better as the day goes along, up against Richie Parkin, who started off with that peak performance against Paddy Williams, but despite the fact he's picked up at a maximum of 6 points, the performances have just drifted in the other direction. If these two meet in the middle, Mason Whitlock could have some joy here.
57.
Yeah, and I think for me, the shot that sparked everything off for Mason Whitlock was actually that 52 finish, where the first one was a bit of a flyer off the board, single 12, back up for tops. And since then, you mentioned the 2 106s he hit in the same match after that. That just seemed to be, it was the first leg on the board. It was there was a bit of adversity in it by missing with the first start, and then just hasn't
54.
really looked back from that point.
Inspiration can come in the weirdest places. Just ask Richie Burnett and his Bluetooth speaker.
57.
Well, wherever it comes from, for some players it's just needed.
140. 134.
Well, the 134 leaves Mason on the big fish. Parkin, well, I was going to say needs a big trouble to leave a finish. Now needs a couple.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that Mason's really
44.
rather good at.
Mason,
is
you
that board
require
management,
170.
recognising where to go, the best routes to take.
Well, his dad at his best was the original king of the 170 finish. It was a trademark of his run to the World Championship final back in 2010. That's almost 17 years ago now.
139. Mason, you require 114.
Shanghai 19 to Whitlock. Unable to get, so Parkin will get a look at the 6-7.
54. Richie, you require 67.
That's double 8. Bends the wire.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
mistake
Richie
with the
Parkin.
third dart in hand.
Second leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
Well, there is the 67 checkout.
97.
Well, you made the point earlier that it has been a while since we've seen Richie Parkin here at the Live Lounge. And he really has just made an impact from the very off, yet to lose a match.
180.
Despite that 180, Parkin still in a good position.
Yeah, the only problem is Mason Whitlock's really putting the task up to him. You get the sense he can ill afford one of those legs, which he's had today, where he misses a few at a double. If that happens, then Mason, you feel like he's going to step in.
Yeah, because Mason's finishing, that has been really strong, really solid. If you take that first match out, which is the outlier, where he only had one dart at the outer ring, since then, to say his finishing has been on point. Missed
95.
one dart.
Mason, you require 84.
Beating Williams. Missed 3 darts in his previous match. It's just been very solid.
52.
How many times has Mason Whitlock done this today? Dozen darts thrown, leaving himself on a double.
96. Mason, you require 32. Game shot on the second
True
leg.
to form,
Mason
one
Whitlock.
dart.
Third leg
All
is
is
Richie.
required
The
for
first. Game on.
double 16. 1 from 1.
Well, Richie Parkin's actually on a 4-game winning run because his last game
58.
before the long absence was a 4-1 win against Andreas Harrison. Would you like to have a guess as to the last player who has beaten Richie Parkin on the Live Lounge stage?
125.
This is an unofficial tungsten teaser.
I mean,
96.
I wouldn't want to hazard a guess.
I mean, the fact that I'm asking you the question probably implies it's somebody that usually sits in here.
140.
Well, it's definitely not me.
140.
And it's even more definite that it's not you. Don't take it personally. You've not played there. That's all I meant.
43.
Taking it the wrong way. Mitchell.
No, he actually beat Scott Mitchell in that week. It's another commentator.
Matt
It was, yeah. Edgar won by 4
171.
legs to 2 to inflict the last defeat upon Richie Parkin at the Super Series. It was on the 29th of
28. Richie
April
required 36.
2023.
No score.
I remember rightly, that was the week where Matthew Edgar was parading a check around the practice room, having won a couple of matches.
.44. Richie, you require 36.
I saw the plan there for Mason Whitlock, but may have been academic
Game
as
shot on the
it
third
proves to
leg,
be.
Richie Parkin. Fourth leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
And actually, Richie Parkin has been afforded the opportunity to come back after missing a handful of darts
100.
at a double.
.94. .81.
I think Mason, by and large, will be really happy with his output today, but you feel like if he loses this game, simply put, he has to beat Kevin Cottis in the last one to stand a chance, you'd think.
Yeah, especially because of the way that the table is sat at the
60.
moment. As things currently stand, it is Kevin Cottis that's at the top of the table on 6 points, along with Rosetta and Richie Parkin.
Well, the tighter it is, the more the mistakes
44.
are magnified.
It's a good second dart.
83.
But just goes astray with the last. Needed to keep it straight to be on a finish.
As he showed us with that disconsolate shake of the head in the background.
140.
And Parkin is punished to the hilt. Tom 40 leads him on a 2-darter. And at the very least, should get a poke
Richie
at the ball to
require
move 3-1 to the
86.
good.
And it is the ball to go within 1.
61. Mason, you require 119.
Well, the 119 is off the card, so Parkin will return here for 25 to
79.
set break
Richie
and to then
require
give him the throw
25.
in the next leg to get the job done. 2-8s it is. 2-8s
on
he's
the fourth
got.
leg, Richie Parkin.
And Parkin moves too clear.
Fifth
and
leg
has
is
the darts
Richie,
to
the
cross the
first.
finishing post.
Game on.
Well, whilst we have seen
92.
higher levels in terms of the averages from both these players throughout today, it still feels like one of those matches that's quite in the balance.
100.
The trouble for Mason now is he's going to have to try and find a way of breaking Parkin.
137. $95. 140.
For one apiece, Parkin's really put his foot on the pedal, hasn't he? Redlaw's not played poorly, but he's just found himself, hasn't he? Just that odd visit or two behind in legs.
46. Richie require 132.
Well, the key element, wasn't it, of Mason's game so far, the wins that he's had is the finishing, but he's only been restricted to that one dart at double.
100.
Parkin's had double the amount of two-treble scores in comparison to Mason. That's why he's being given these extra opportunities. And he's got an opportunity to wrap it up here.
Richie
32 left after 12. And he gets it wrapped up in 15. And that is 4 wins out of 4 for Richie Parkin. What a statement he's making on his live lounge return after 3 years away. For Mason Whitlock, he may feel as if that is opportunity missed. At the tail of the tape, Parkin running out a 4-1 winner. The final round of fixtures gets underway after the break with a meeting between Joe Croft and Patrick Williams. Somebody is going to get their first points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of fixtures in this Group C is about to get underway. And before the break, we saw Richie Parkin get the better of Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 1. As far as the table's concerned, that's a 4th consecutive win for the man from Whitby. He's at the summit with Kevin Cottis and Nevin Rosetta both on 6. Mason Whitlock has lost ground at 4, with both Joe Croft and Patrick Williams about a win to their name, although they will go head-to-head here in game 13 of the session. An opportunity, a final opportunity to accumulate points to their tally. For Paddy, maybe with the exception of the previous game against Kev Cottis, he's actually played some quite productive stuff, but kind of in keeping with the story of his week, missed darts and a double have come back to cost him dearly. As for Joe Croft, a couple of occasions where he's let lead slip. In fact, with the exception of the game against Mason Whitlock, 3 of his 4 defeats have come 4-3. Today could have been such a different story for Crofty, but like grandmothers, wheels and bicycles, it didn't quite happen.
First leg is Joe to throw first.
No, it didn't. And when you look over the head-to-heads between these two over the Group A, it was a 4-3 win for Joe Croft. That's the solitary win he's got over Paddy Williams. Paddy winning on Monday
100.
and Wednesday. But we both noticed something, didn't we? In both these players, their last outings, just a shift in the
43.
body language, a bit more frustration. And as we said, it is totally expected and understandable. So this is an intriguing match-up for me as to how it's going to go.
140.
You feel like it's going to be a game played as much between the ears as it is going to be played on Sisal.
Yeah, absolutely.
83.
And don't forget, we're back tonight for
45.
action in Group B. 10 matches from 10. Really looking forward to it. Going to see the return of 3-time former weekly champ Matt Clark, one of the greats of the Live Lounge. And great to see him back alongside Mark Dubbridge, Flash.
45.
Never know what we're going to get from him. James Buckby, a young man very much on the up.
90.
And of course, Dean Gallagher and Johnny Barnes resuming their weekly campaigns from 10 p.m. tonight.
54. Patrick, you require 145.
Well, Williams first for the finish. The 145 not going to go. 75 left.
87. Joe, you require 117.
So 117 here for Crofty. Off the cards now. So Williams
45. Patrick, you
have a
require
couple
58.
in hand at double top to seize the early initiative and to get an early break.
38. Joe, you require 72.
Well, it needs to keep straight. Double 10.
52. Patrick, you require 20.
So 2 10s for Paddy.
Game shot on the first leg.
Southpaw
Patrick
side,
Williams.
no problemo.
Second leg is Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Still got 2 more games to come in Group C after this one. Mason Whitlock taking on Kevin Cottis and then seeing
131.
out all the action. Nevin Rosetta takes on Richie Parkin. Richie Parkin looking for the perfect days. 4 from 4 so far.
46.
I reckon there might be 1 or 2 players that are praying that Parkin completes the card, because then to a certain extent it makes life easier but harder.
100.
Harder in respect to, you know, there's a player fighting away at the top, but they can actually then be an ally to you if they can continue doing the same job on Friday. It's a very weird
84.
situation.
Yeah, we've seen it over the years, obviously, seeing all sorts of scenarios play out. But yes, you're right, if you can.
77.
Like we saw last week in Double Trouble, where it was Keegan Brown in Group C who won 10 out of 10. He's already kind of taken one spot out of the
57.
equation really early on, and then it's for the chasing pack just to scramble over that last place.
Yeah, well, Steve West, who eventually
60.
clawed his way over the line, making it through to the semi-finals before being beaten by
45.
Keegan Brown, who's going to be in the comms box on Saturday.
133.
Williams will be hoping to be here on Saturday.
93.
Needs to win this one to have any kind of outside chance.
And it really will be an outside chance because the Group A campaign for today
59.
will be concluded for these two after this match. Whoever wins, they'll be
on the second
in fifth
leg,
place
Patrick
on
Williams.
2 points.
Third leg is Joe to throw
And I guess
first.
that would,
Game on.
yeah, they would possibly hope that it's maybe Whitlock who gets the better of
60.
Cottis. But again, it's kind of horses for courses. It really doesn't matter which way round it goes. They've got work to do.
140.
I guess the other thing to consider is if Paddy Williams does get across the
45.
line, the leg difference, he's minus 10 at the moment. Mason Whitlock in 4th place, just 2 places above him, is minus 1.
41.
Well, Joe Croft's in an air of contemplation right now.
135.
Good recovery.
$95. 55. 35.
Interesting option there for Williams, looking to leave the big fish.
58.
Well, even though Croft's on a finish, you'll probably expect 6 and a 190 to get this leg sewn up.
60. Joe, you require
He's had a couple of
148.
ton toppers today, the 110 and the 113. He's not going to add the 148 to the mix.
58.
Can Paddy
Patrick, you require
land a baddie
130.
and pin the 130? Perfect for a second treble. Double 5. Oh, perfect Paddy.
Patrick Williams.
That is much more like it for the Merseyside man.
4th leg is Patrick to
Joe
throw
Croft
first.
gives him a fist bump of respect,
Game on.
but in the background, it's just another hammer blow on what has been a trying and testing day for Crofty.
60.
You have to applaud the sportsmanship there from Joe Croft because, yeah, it would have hurt. But ultimately, these players, they do kind of spark up bonds and friendships, especially if you're coming through
125.
Group A, out in that practice room.
Yeah, the one thing you learn about being around the
100.
Super Series is you get to spend a lot of time in people's companies.
And I guess these two, because of the way that their Group C has kicked off today, they've also got that in common. Both can kind of
68.
share the pain, so to speak, as to the fact that just things just haven't gone to plan.
100.
I'm sure I'd put that on the hobbies and interest page, mind.
$132. 140.
Yeah, good response. And it's Williams once again down to a finish first.
60. Patrick, you require 101.
Well, he had the 130 in the previous leg. Is he going to wrap up a 4-0 win with the 101? Heads down for the treble 19s to leave double top. Bends the wire.
61. Joe, you require 116.
Well, there's a chance for Joe Croft, but he needs a treble. Gets it for double 18 for a
Aim
116.
on the 4th leg, Joe Croft.
No big celebration. Joe Croft gets a
Fifth
ton
leg
plus
is Joe
checkout
to
of
throw
his own.
first.
Keeps the match alive.
Game on.
And importantly, that is a break back for Joe Croft.
140.
And now looking to really kick on. 140 start. Questions being asked of Paddy Williams here.
97.
Well, these two have had questions asked of them all day and just have fell a little bit short when coming up with
26.
answers.
$45. 125.
Yeah, despite Croft not being happy that he didn't fill the treble 20 bed, he's got a comfortable lead here.
93.
But we say so often it's all about timing,
30.
and 2 in the single 5. Now, opportunity knocks for Paddy Williams.
136.
A really good setup to leave 130. What could Croft make by way of a spot? Looking for a ton for to leave tops. That's not going to happen.
60.
He's not gonna
Patrick,
leave
you
himself
require
on a two-darter either. So
130.
this, to end his day of a win, treble 20 for the bull. Unable to get.
90. Joe, you require
No,
120.
10 plus checkouts of both of them. Croft, the 116 previous leg. Not adding the 120.
60. Patrick, you
So
require
this
40.
to at least have something to sing about on Thursday. Double 10 to seal
Shot.
success
And the
for
match,
Paddy
Patrick
Williams. He gets the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 1. It's been a trying day for the Merseyside man, but he has got a win to end the session. A warm embrace between the two who have had their trials and tribulations on Thursday. But it's Paddy Williams who runs out a 4-1 winner over Joe Croft. Big game coming up next between Kev Cottis and Mason Whitlock. Penultimate game of the afternoon about to get underway here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Patrick Williams get his first win on the board, a 4-1 success over Joe Croft. And now we see Mason Whitlock and Kevin Cottis go head-to-head. For Mason, he sensed a must-win game when Nathan moves on to 6 points, very much in the picture ahead of Resiter against Parkin at the end of the day. But if Kev Cottis wins this, then him and Parkin will both be on 8 going into that final match of the session.
First leg is
and
Mason
for Mason, he would find himself 4 points adrift of the top 2 going into Friday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So must win, you feel, for the Aussie apprentice. But there's been signs, some real positive signs actually from Mason throughout the course of the session. But for Kev, when we saw him in game 10 against Paddy Williams,
60.
put in the performance of the session so far, the only ton plus average we've seen today, 101.9, 4 from 6 on the doubles to
125.
Yeah, and he came out with so much focus, I think, Kevin, after the disappointment of losing the match with what was at that point his closest rival in Richie Parkin. Only had one game break in between, came out just with a little bit more intent. And subsequently, as you say, just shy of 102 average.
$140.
Yeah, what Mason Whitlock is trying to do here is just avoiding being cut adrift from the rest of the pack. You just wonder, because he really was on the back foot in that very first match, didn't perform as well as he could do, and how costly that might be, because it was a 4-0 defeat.
And that's the reason why his leg stiffness is just about in the negative.
116.
But because this is the last game today and first game tomorrow, things could dramatically swing. Or Kev Cottis could really put the boot in by taking out a 116 finish to break the throw.
Second leg is Kevin to throw first.
His timing at points today has been absolutely exemplary.
$99.
In fairness, a bit like what we were saying about Mason Whitlock, his finishing has been pretty steady as well. If you take out the first game, he was 4 from 15 in that last leg decider win over Joe Croft. But subsequently, 4 from 7. He was 2 from 4.
140.
4 from 6 in that match where he averaged in excess of a ton.
$44. $122.
Down to a finish after just 9 darts, and there was a facial expression from Mason Whitlock,
Kevin,
which was like, no, not again.
Yeah, almost felt resignatory to a nature. Not another one. Second treble goes adrift.
100.
And safe with dart 3 to make sure he comes back on a double.
Tops left after 12. The output the last couple of games from Kev,
Kevin, you require 40.
Other class league, world class.
On the second leg,
13
Kevin
darter
Cottis.
off the back of the 15 the leg
Third
before.
leg
That's
is
28
Mason
darts for the first 2 legs.
Game on.
107.36 the average and 2-0 to the goods. And Mason Whitlock.
97.
Looks like a man who's just been hit by a haymaker or 2 too many.
When his previous match, we lost 4 legs to 1 against Richie Parkin. He was limited to just 1 dart at the double, which he did convert. At the moment, he hasn't had a chance at a double at all.
140.
Because in both of them, he's just been outscored.
Well, that's the tail of the tape in terms of the checkout success. Whitlock without a dart at a double, and Cottis not missing a dart at a double.
$140. 56. Mason, you require
Whitlock's
124.
got time here for the 1-2-4 to get himself in the game. Doesn't have to chase the treble 18 and Bull.
56.
What he would have done. I find on the 54 would have left him 32.
100. Mason, you require 68.
We should get at least one dart and a double from this position. And it's double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Mason
Really
Whitlock.
have been impressed with the way that
Fourth
Mason
leg is
Whitlock
Kevin
has
to
been
throw
finishing when he's
first.
had the chance today.
Game on.
Well, not a dart missed and a double in this game so far for the pair.
60.
As shown there in diagram B. Average is good as well. As shown in diagram C.
80.
And for the second consecutive game, Kev Cottis averaging in excess of 101.
140.
Yeah, that visit there just shot it above 104.
$140.
Mason Whitlock battling to stay in the match.
100. $93.
Picker for the last there. Doesn't leave him on a finish, but it just taps Kev on the shoulder.
60.
And only a 60. Leaves the door somewhat ajar.
60.
Able to take that
Kevin, you
opportunity.
require
Cottis then 1-4-1 for a 3-1 lead.
He can't finish, but it was almost perfect
83.
in terms of
Mason, you
setup.
require 128.
Big slip. Mason Whitlock chasing the treble 18.
34.
I'm not sure how that landed
Kevin, you
in the board
require
like that.
58.
No idea. Rather strange, isn't it? Ever so strange.
18.
Well, they both kissed the wire.
Mason, you require 94.
And so Whitlock does get a reprieve in this leg.
But he can't find the adjustment down to treble 19. And for
53.
Cottis, those two darts
Kevin, you
missed at
require
tops. So the
40.
first darts missed at a double so far this match. But a chance to clean things up.
30.
Whitlock
Mason, you require
has been
41.
given an almighty opportunity to square up this contest. 23 remaining. Well,
Game
he's
shot on
found
the
a way
fourth
in the
leg,
not for the
Mason
first
Whitlock.
time. Has an iffy first start, then led to him
Fifth leg
taking
is
out the
Mason to
finish in a
throw
rather
first.
unconventional manner.
Game on.
I think Kev saw the funny side of it, at least on the surface. But as we mentioned, he was 2 from 2 on doubles.
60.
And 5 squandered to go within one of another win.
Remember, well, as you can see, he was 2 from 2, Kev Cottis, when he was 2 darts missed. 5 darts at a double since.
100.
And Whitlock, 100% on the outer ring. Now, Matthew Edgar made a really good point once upon a time. Yes, he has made one.
135.
And it was that players that play at the Super Series have a different reason to be here. For some players, it's to set themselves up to maybe play in a tournament. For others,
60.
it's to get themselves onto the Pro Tour. For others, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. For some players, it's to go and enjoy the experience of doing something that you probably never thought you were going to do. Well, Kev
58.
Cottis certainly is in that final mould that I spoke about. Somebody that probably never thought he'd have an opportunity to play on a stage like this and just wants to enjoy and embrace it because this is probably the
125.
salad days of his darting career.
And it is a pertinent point. And I'm guessing that depending on your reason for here and who you are as a person and a player,
180.
a different level, you apply a different level of pressure to yourself in order to achieve, you know, what you want to achieve.
100. Mason, you require
But Kev, if
68.
it's about enjoying the experience, then well, it looks like he's definitely doing that.
Double 16.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
from
Mason
2-0
Whitlock.
behind, Mason Whitlock
Sixth
has
leg
turned
is
this
Kevin
game on
to
its
throw
head. 3
first.
for 3 in terms of
Game
the
on.
finishing. A match he had to win to stay in touch. He's a leg away from doing that.
100. $59.
An untimely trebleless visit for Mason Whitlock.
45. $100.
Just looking to lift over that other one. I mean, it looks awkward.
60.
In the end, turned out to be too awkward.
$100.
Yeah, Mason would have wanted more after finding the treble 20 with the second dart.
60.
McKev, who kicked off this match in 28 darts to gain those first couple of legs, 15 and a 13. There has been a bit of a drop-off. There's been an improvement from Mason and a drop-off from Kev. And Mason Whitlock now primed and prepped to win his third match of the afternoon.
60.
Typical example of where two imposters meet in the middle. 97 left. Tops of the match.
82.
Just drops low, but he has got time on his side.
Yeah, first start, Mason Whitlock has missed it a double, but it may not prove to be too costly at the moment.
100. Mason, you require 20.
So double 10 to wrap it up for 2. Double 5.
No score.
Wide, and Cottis has an opportunity
Kevin, you require 76.
to take us all the way.
Single 16 for tops for a last leg decider.
Shot on the sixth leg, Kevin Cottis.
And we are going the distance.
Seventh and deciding leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
Cottis really had to battle, but he was reliant on those misses from Mason Whitlock.
35.
4 match darts come and gone for the apprentice.
And having kicked off troubleless, Cottis has an opportunity to really put the boot in.
60.
Yeah, it's unfortunate not to find a big treble there. 3 well thrown darts.
134.
Whitlock does set the reactor, picking off a couple of trebles.
And this is a different kind of situation that Mason finds himself
60.
in, because most of the results that he's been involved in today have been pretty decisive, pretty one-sided, whether that's in favour of Mason or in favour of his opponent. This one he's kind of really
60.
locked in. It's a different skill set, that battling kind of fight that you need.
140.
And fight follows Kev Cottis on the oche every time he's here. Probably shows as much heart as any player
59.
we've ever had at the Super Series.
$100.
And it is Cottis who is first to a finish.
$51. Kevin, you require 141.
Disastrous slip with the last for Mason Whitlock, which means you can see him in the background, just almost a head in hands moment.
65.
Because he knows that this is a game which, with the greatest of respect, he's let slip. 4 darts to win this contest are come and gone. And it might, with it,
44.
put a big pay
Kevin, you
to his
require
chances
76.
of getting out this group. This for 8 points overnight. A really good opening day display. Could be sealed on tops.
56.
Well, Whitlock gets one last opportunity.
Mason, you require 118.
Starts on treble 20, now needs to find a way of just getting past that dart. It's a bit of a blocker. It's a great second dart for double 19. And Mason Whitlock. You can see exactly what that means to him. Bit of a dagger in the heart for Kev Cottis, but a great match between the two. And it means that Mason Whitlock, another couple of essential points on the table overnight. There, the 10 of the tape. They were running at 100% on finishes for most of that match, but a really interesting and tight encounter that goes the way of Mason Whitlock.
Well, the final game of the session is about to get underway, and for Richie Parkin, it is an opportunity to move on to 10 points to complete the card on the opening day's worth of play. If he can get the better of Nevin Rossiter, he has this group exactly where he wants it. And for Richie, first time back here in a number of years, and it's been like he's not been away.
First leg is Nevin to throw first. Game on.
For Rosetta, if he wins this, he'll move to the top of the table, potentially. If he wins 4-2 or better, he's got to lead the standings overnight.
59.
What an opportunity this is for the Croatian ace.
Yeah, and it's a position that, okay, it's a second time here, but it is a position that he's not found himself in previously.
28.
As mentioned, in terms of group phases, the most matches that Nevin's ever won was on debut in Group A, where he picked up 3 wins over 3 days.
140.
Today in Group C, he's picked up 3 wins in 1 solitary session. Definitely kind of a
44.
red and black shirt theme going on today.
Yeah, there's certainly a colour scheme on the go. The only people really letting that down is Mason and Crofty.
46.
And a bit of Kev's Papa Smurf Blue. Maybe that could be a few weak players that play in certain coloured shirts. Could have yellow, well, you know, in a few years' time, potentially, you could have a yellow theme week. Scott Williams, Dave Chisnell.
59.
Vicky Prum. I've run out of players.
Yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank on players that
123.
specifically wear yellow shirts.
$60. $40. Nevin, you require 137.
Well, a real chance there. Only 40-point score for Parkett, which leaves him still on a 3-figure out.
59. Richie, you require 126.
On treble needed for poke of the bull. There is the treble. Another one with the left double 6. That leaves the bull.
101.
That's just tight.
Nevin, you require 78.
So many attempts at bullseye today have just landed in the 25. There, another one. But there's a chance for Resita.
58. Richie, you require 25.
So this for an early break. And to establish the early impetus. There's been so many different ways that 9 has been missed on the 25 combo today. Double 2. There's been some real conspicuous finishing. And that's another one which
Second leg
is
Richie to throw first.
not going to be
Game
put
on.
in the book of conventional ways of taking out 25.
No, nowhere near conventional, but very much it was effective.
Easy read that. There's just 3 lines.
135. $100.
What would be your go-to way of finishing 25?
I've got to get to 25 left.
No, I
in the
know.
next
This is hypothetical, obviously.
45.
I do like double 10. I do like double 10. But I also like double 4. So
97.
if I came inside of that, I'd probably go down for the 2 to leave double 4.
Yeah. I like double 11 and I like double 8,
100.
so I'd like to go for treble 3. Very unconventional.
Very unconventional.
And definitely not recommended, unlike
180.
Max, first one of the match, and it goes the way of Resita.
Yeah, if you want to leave 3 double 11, I mean, you'll win some volts.
57. Nevin, you require
congrats.
124.
Thank you.
$56. Richie, you require 164.
Well, the 164 isn't going to go. Vasetta, look at it, 68 to
87.
square the contest
Nevin, you
up at 1
require
apiece.
68.
Double 16. We know he'd do anything in his power to leave this target.
52.
That time on the inside.
Richie, you require 77.
Yeah, and this, another key chance is 2 dances, double 10.
Game shot on
Very
the second
cleanly
leg.
taken.
Richie Parkin.
Richie Parkin
Third
races
leg is
into
Nevin
a
to throw
2-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
Remember, a win here for Parkin. And he'll be 5 wins from 5 and sat pretty at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action.
We said
100.
that he probably wanted to prove a point. And proving a point, Parkin very much is.
140.
Yes, there's been times where he's had to get away 1 or 2 misses, 1 or 2 chances that opponents have squandered. But by and large, it's been a very,
99.
very good day for Richie.
Yeah, I think the standout part of the game, the element that has been the
57.
most effective, has been the scoring. Because yes, there have been the misses. Yes, on occasion he's relied on his opponent missing, but his finishing hasn't probably been quite as sharp
92.
as he would have liked throughout the most of the day. But because the scoring's been so good, he's had the opportunity to come back again and again.
140.
And again, look, 9 darts thrown down to a finish.
80. Richie, you require 164.
164. Another one of them leaves the bullseye. And they put a muster, so Rosetta will look at the little fish.
92. Nevin, you require 130.
Is the big fish for a culling. Bullseye. Just wide of the mark.
105. Richie, you require 72.
And again, just the solitary dart available. And this time
52.
south of the target.
Nevin, you require
Much to the
25.
frustration of Richie Parkin.
Well, that is a lesser spotted big 9.
17.
And to be honest, probably
Richie,
best
you
off not
require
hitting
20.
it.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Richie
the first
Parkin.
dart was not a marker, but the good
Fourth
news
leg
is
is
it was
Richie,
never
throw
obscuring
first.
the target for dart
Game
2,
on.
which he finds. So Parkin 3-0 to the good, double break accrued, and now
85.
a leg away.
Yeah, and as good as Parkin has been for the entirety of the day, he hasn't won a match to nil, and that's very much
60.
on the cards here.
Yeah, it looks like the picture in Group C come the end of play will be Parkin the
80.
boss, 10 points and 10. Full clear of Rosetta, Cottis and Whitlock, who are all on 6 respectively. Paddy Williams on 2, Joe Croft without a win.
85.
Parkin has certainly got his finger on the button, hasn't he?
96.
And looking to press home from here.
You feel that Never may need the lot.
And
that's exactly what he gets.
180.
Second maximum of the match for Rissita.
I have to say, he's not going quietly, is he, the Croatian?
But in terms of 180 hitting, he's only hit 1 throughout the entirety of the day, and he's found 2 in this match
55.
already. But time could be running out.
$140
140 leaves
Never
tops.
require 121.
Last chance to save the match with a setter. To save the match is the bull.
96.
Just a whisker high.
Richie, you require 40.
Yeah, that ball has proven difficult to find.
$20.
And tops has proven difficult for
Nevin, you
Parkin.
require 25.
Took his place at the top of the table.
Stay of execution for Rosetta. But double 8 finds a couple of wires, but not the right ones.
20.
And so Parkin here, double 10 to wrap it up. This for the cards. Double 10 for 10 points. It's double 5 for 5 wins. And 5 wins is exactly what Richie Parkin gets on his live lounge return. 3 years since the last time we've seen Richie Parkin here at the Super Series, and the thriller is top of the pile. 5 games played, 5 wins. He stormed out the blocks. At times he's had to work hard for his wins, but he is at the summit, and we're going to hear from him in the Pluto TV studio, alongside myself and Laura Turner on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where day 1 in Group C has come to a close, and it's the perfect day for Richie Parkin. 3.5 years on from his previous appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, he has picked up all 5 wins, 10 points to his name. His latest victory, a 4-0 success over Nevin Rosetta. So let's have a look at the table then and confirm what we've seen on the opening day, because below Richie Parkin it's all really tight, really open for interpretation. Kevin Cottis, Nevin Rosetta and Mason Whitlock all on 6 points in just 4 legs in legs difference separating the 3. Patrick Williams picking up the 1 win for the day, was Joe Croft the only player not to pick up success on the opening day of Group C. So a very good day for Richie Parkin, the perfect day for Richie Parkin. And he's with myself and Laura Turner here in the studio. Richie, great to see you again. It's been a little while. It's been 3.5 years since the last time, but you made it look as if you've never been away.
Yeah, just felt like being back at home, really. Yeah, a lot's changed. Personal life and darting life. But yeah, happy days.
How nice was it to get out the blocks like you did? Because we were wondering what we're going to see from you. We've seen some good stuff for you on the LEC local circuit, but with it being a few years since we've seen you on this stage in front of the cameras, we're intrigued to see how you got on. But as you mentioned, it just looked as if you settled in right from the word go. Yeah,
I needed it. It might have been a different story if I didn't play as well, but I think Paddy's pace suited my game, and yeah, happy days.
And it felt like Richie came in right from the get-go with a point to prove.
Yeah, we were kind of wondering, weren't we? Because when you have had that break away from playing at a venue or playing in front of cameras or just the whole scenario and circumstance, I don't know how you felt, but did you come back here thinking, right, I want to come back again and again. I want to prove why I'm back here?
No, I just wanted to prove a point to myself more than anyone else. I felt like I deserved to be back here. I earned it this time, and yeah, happy days. I'm so buzzing just to qualify to get back here. Last 2 times I was invited. This time I've earned it, and yeah, happy days.
Happy days indeed. There was a lot of things you did right, but what in particular today did you think, do you know what, that was the element of my game that I was the most pleased with?
Finishing. I'm known locally not as a best finisher, apart from double 12 today, which cost me God knows how much, but my finishing today I thought proved a point to myself more than anyone else.
It's interesting because we saw later on in the day that you decided it was on another finish somewhere else where you could have left double 12, decided to move over to double 18. Was that a deliberate ploy?
Yeah, normally double 12 is my favourite double, but I was miles away from it. I thought, just switch it up. Never know. And yeah, it's worked.
It just goes to show sometimes, you know what, you've got to have that focus in play, that if something doesn't go right, don't be afraid to change tack.
Yeah, you have to do that. You have to have a plan B, a backup plan, so to speak, as a player. And ultimately, I think, the whole... I actually thought that, because we were talking about it in comms, obviously, that's what we have to do, but the scoring, your scoring was so good and consistent at times that even if you did miss, say when you did miss a double 12, you still had the opportunity to come back. I mean, is that normally the strongest element of your game?
Lately, yes, but I'm not a big 180. I've changed a lot with my darts. I'm landing them flat. Like I've changed my action. I'm not a big 180, but I'm a big 140 ton cover shot scorer now. And yeah, I just feel like I'm giving myself that opportunity. Like maybe miss a few, got that chance again.
Yeah, it definitely came across today. Like I say, from start to finish, we weren't sure what to expect, but we genuinely. But yeah, really, really solid.
We had a little bit of a dig through the archive, Richie, this morning, right? This is how long ago it's been since we've seen you here at the Super Series.
Oh, look at that fat man.
A lot has changed here.
It has.
And a lot has changed with you as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not naming a certain injection, but I've lost a little bit of weight. I've had an accident with my hand, my throwing hand. I've had to change my grip, my darts, and I feel like I am back better than ever.
So you've had to relearn your throw then, basically?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I lost my temper at a vault and broke my hand. But, yeah, lesson learned, and it's worked well.
It certainly has worked well, and the region that you come through is ridiculously tough. And actually, to a certain extent, I mean, we had a message come in this afternoon, and the type of players that you having to play constantly, Spivey, Usher, Oliver Mitchell, the likes of that. So actually, the fact you've got to play them week in, week out, did that really sharpen you up coming into this?
Yeah, I love them all to bits. Ush, Oliver, Sam, love them to bits. They've got me, like the Con Club at Whitby, all them guys, Gary Johnston, Mark Jackson, all them boys. Yeah, this is for you.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. Let's round up the rest of what we see today, Laura, and everybody else is chasing Richie Parkin, but still very much in the picture of qualification, particularly for P2.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Especially you look at positions 2, 3 and 4 on the table going in, and yes, all sat on 6 points, 4 points behind Richie, but ultimately there's 2 spaces up for grabs. So I think most eyes tomorrow will be just focused on just claiming that second place. I think that's where most people will be looking. But as for the likes of Paddy Williams, quite a lot of work to do, obviously, with just 2 points. And poor Joe Croft, you can't help but not feel for him, because he was in a really strong position in a couple of his matches, led 3-1 and was just clawed back, and unfortunately no wins.
Well, Kev Cottis is in position number 2 overnight. Played some good stuff, but it also looked as if he very much enjoyed himself on the stage.
He's a real character, isn't he? But the thing is as well, he can back it up on the stage. He had the biggest performance, the biggest average that we saw so far today. But yeah, he knows where a camera is, and ultimately, yeah, he's been fun to watch.
As for Nevin Resiter, I think he's been a real pleasant surprise today. We saw him get that win early on against Mason Whitlock, and it was kind of the thing that got him going early on. He could build a lot of early momentum.
Yeah, this is Nevin. I was here on Nevin's debut week, and I did comment early on that he got better as the week's gone on, and I think we're seeing the same thing here. And the confidence he must have got from winning 4-0 in that opening match, that just maybe pushed him on slightly more today. And it's great to see him coming back, doing even better than he did last time around, and ultimately he's in a position to qualify.
Indeed he is, as too is Mason Whitlock. As I say, we spoke about the game against Nevin at the start. It was far from ideal, but he put in a couple of really decent displays in there today.
Yeah, and he's had to dig deep. He's had to win from different positions. He's been on the wrong end of a 4-0 defeat, as we've mentioned. He's won 4-1, he's lost 4-1, and then he had that real tight battle in his last match as well. So, yeah, it's been a really mixed bag from Mason Whitlock, but yeah, I think he'll be happy coming away with 3 wins.
As for yourself, Richie, we've mentioned that final appearance that you had in Series 2 where you narrowly lost out to Jamie Kenning. All those years on, you say you feel like you're playing better than ever, and you look at the lineup this week. Do you fancy your chances at this time? Do you know what? Maybe we could have another stab at it. We can go one better at this time.
Yeah, why not? That's why I'm here. And I've earned the right to be here. Why not?
Finally, are you still delivering Glendower Scampi?
Maybe. No comment.
You know he will be watching.
I don't make it anymore. I freeze it. I'm a forklift truck man now.
However, we know where to go for our frozen scampi in the future. Good work.
No comment.
Well, Richie, many, many congratulations. We shall see you again tomorrow. We've got another session to go tonight. Group B getting underway. Very quickly, in a sentence, Laura, what should we expect from the 5 that we're going to see in action later?
Yeah, we've got former weekly winners in there. We've got big names. I think again, a bit like what we said about Group C, is this feels quite open. It feels like there's an opportunity for 3 players to make it through to Saturday. So I imagine it's going to be tight.
Certainly will be. So that's the tournament bracket as we reach the halfway point of the week, and this is what's still to come here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, we've got the Modus Moments Champions Edition, where former winners of the Super Series talk about their crowning glories here at the Live Lounge. And then we've got Flash tonight from 10 o'clock because Mark Durbridge returns to the Live Lounge stage. The former World Championship finalists in action from 10. Group C will come to a close tomorrow from 1. And of course, all eyes will be on finals night tomorrow evening at 7:30 p.m. live here on Pluto TV. And then the now former champion, Jack Drayton, will get his Series 15 campaign underway on Monday morning at 9:30. Well, as far as Group C was concerned, it's a Perkin Parkin that is top of the table. He's doing fine. Bye from us.
The Modus Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's Scott Taylor! Yeah! Absolutely. Biggest of all fish.
Reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record.
Everything you wanted.
He does it. Henry Coulson with glory.
Our champion tonight.
The bullseye. This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that!
It's matched out.
Oh,
That is special.
incredible.
That's Joe. That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night!
Derek Coulson!